I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 5, Chapter 551. The time is 6:03. Now we will open with Trustee May leading us in the prayer and Trustee Dawson introducing our veteran that will lead us in the pledge.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for bringing us here tonight. Thank you for an awesome first day back to school. Thank you for all of our students and our district employees back in our buildings. Lord, I just ask that you watch over our students and our district employees for the spring semester. And I ask that our students learn everything that you want them to learn. Lord, thank you so much for the ability to read and learn how to read. And thank you for all of our experts that are going to be presenting tonight. And I ask that you just bless the fruits of their labor and all of the work that they did putting their presentations together. And last, Lord, I would like to just lift up any unspoken prayers that our students or families or district employees have. And I pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Leading the pledges tonight is Conroe ISD Police Officer Andre Williams. Officer Williams served honorably in the U.S. Navy, Army National Guard, and U.S. Air Force for a combined 25 years, achieving the rank of Master Sergeant. During his service, he completed 5 combat deployments between Iraq and Afghanistan. Officer Williams joined the Conroe ISD Police Department in August 2023 and is currently assigned to the Hines Elementary School in the Grand Oaks feeder zone. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Start there. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Officer Williams. I understand he was also a teacher at one time, so thank you very much. He's such an asset to our district. Okay. He just got engaged? Congratulations. See the things you learn when you talk with them. So, up next on our agenda is a special recognition. Trustees, my request for this special, item 2A, special recognition. Trustees, my request for this special recognition on the agenda tonight is something that was brought to my attention over the holidays. Representative Steve Toth recognized Sathini Armatunga at the Capitol with a state resolution for her outstanding accomplishments. Given the fact that many of us were unavailable, I believed a recognition as auspicious as this warranted a special recognition here tonight. Sathini, could you come up, please? Just come straight up here, hon. I'm just not going to run around to the other side. Hold my hand, though, if that's okay. You might want to turn around. Sorry. There we go. I made that awkward, I know. There we go. Sathini is 12 years old and has accelerated into high school through credit by examination. She's a freshman at the Woodlands College Park High School, where she consistently demonstrates academic proficiency in all her core subjects, earning perfect scores on more than one section of the STAR exam and ranked in the 100th percentile of last year's STAR assessment. Her extracurricular activities in school abound. She volunteers in her community with service hours that total over 120 hours. She also started her own foundation. She's devoted to protecting the state's historical sites and heritage and demonstrated commitment to environmentalism. And quoting from the resolution, quote, "She has set an inspirational example of resourcefulness and dedication, and she is a source of great pride to her school, community, and family." Sathini, we commend you on your many achievements. And trustees, I would be thankful if we could all go around to the front to take a picture with her for her family and for Sathini. Yes, that'd be great. You want to just come straight up there. How about we do one with you and then one with the family, okay? Okay, and now with your parents? Oh, we take that. Okay, moving on to citizen participation. Per board policy BED and Texas Government Code Section 551.007, any citizen who is signed up may address the board regarding only topics for the items posted on today's agenda. If a citizen has signed up to speak on any matter other than tonight's posted agenda items, he or she is welcome to make comments to the board at the board's regular meeting on January 21st, when the board hears comments about both posted agenda items and non-agenda items. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Mrs. Godfrey, please call the first speaker.
Lynn Greaves.
Okay, sorry if the speech is a bit rushed. I didn't have time during school to prepare, so I wrote this while just sitting down just now. Please don't adopt the bluebonnet curriculum. It's just injecting religion into places it doesn't need to be. It selectively advertises Christianity to children. A great example of this is in a kindergarten unit on Kings and Queens where kids learn that King Solomon built the temple in Jerusalem. They could also be taught that Satan offered every kingdom on earth to someone, suggesting that all governments are satanic in nature. Another reason why you really shouldn't is because Conroe ISD is great because it is an independent school district. My family moved here because it is a good school district in the state of Texas. Texas has some of the lowest literacy rates in the country. Its education it's not known for its education. Please don't just follow along with the rest of the state and lower your standards just so that way you can get a little bit more money. Thank you, that's all.
Dr. Lynn Walters.
Hi. I agree with Lynn without the E. I am recently retired from Texas A&M University, where I taught for 35 years. The last 15 of those I taught teachers who were going to be teaching people and young children how to read in the College of Education and Human Development. I believe that religion belongs in the Sunday schools, and religious stories have no place in children's readers. The idea that children will learn how to read because there are Bible stories incorporated in their readers is ridiculous. If you want to have material that is moral, you can find so many other stories in real life situations that children will relate to that teach those stories. Instead of doing unto others and using a Bible story, what about the story of Jimmy Carter, who's just being laid to rest in Washington, D.C., who gave up all the remuneration he could get as a former president to fight for malaria reduction and build Habitat for Humanity. If you want to talk about art and its relation to culture and its relation to morality, I think you could use Guernica about a town in Spain that was pummeled by Nazi warships right before the start of World War II, instead of using The Last Supper. We have the King of Denmark, who saved the Jews of his country by refusing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item 4, consent agenda. I believe all of you received an update to those minutes. Okay, and I don't have any contradiction or complaints or concerns. Okay, then agenda item 4A, consent agenda. I am asking for a motion to adopt the minutes as presented and receive human resource report as presented in our consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. That is a unanimous vote, with Nelson making the motion and Duncan seconding. All right, on to the next item on our agenda. Item 5A, receive information from and engage discussion with State Representative Steve Toth regarding 1605 from the HB 1605 from the 88th Legislature. He ended up with a conflict this evening and was unable to attend, so we will not be discussing the legislation as it is of 1605. We'll be moving on to Dr. Audrey Young, which is item B of our discussion and workshop. Receive information from and engage in discussion with District 8 State Board of Education member Dr. Audrey Young regarding instructional materials, instructional planning, and other curriculum-related matters. At the request of myself and trustee Nicole May, Dr. Audrey Young is here this evening for us to receive information from her regarding the SBOE updates and curriculum-related matters. And before Dr. Young begins, trustee May, you have something you wanted to start with.
Yeah, thank you, President Odenweller. Tonight we begin an important discussion about K-6 literacy in our district. Nothing brings me more joy than to discuss literacy for all of our students. And I know each of the board members here takes academic oversight seriously, as we are bound by the Texas Education Code 11.1515 to do so. I'm truly looking forward to hearing the expert presentations tonight. Dr. Young, a special thank you to you for coming tonight to discuss Bluebonnet curriculum. We are quite fortunate in our district to have such strong representation in the SBOE, as you are a career educator that has quite literally dedicated your life's work to improving student outcomes, not to mention you are also the chair of curriculum in our SBOE. As we explore curriculum needs and opportunities, my hope is that all board members and educators here tonight keep an open mind as we discuss curriculum options for our teachers and students, while also keeping the focus on improving reading outcomes. CISD has long been a very good district. I have never seen our literacy scores anywhere close to state averages. We are always well above the state scores, and more times than not, we are also ahead of our peer districts. I thank all the district leaders, admin, and teachers for these continued successes, and of course, Dr. Knoll for leading the charge that continuously reaps success and keeps CISD a top large district in the state. During the 87th legislature, we saw Texas legislators make a strong stand to align our education practices in Texas with the science of reading by instituting reading academies for our teachers. Our teachers worked and continue to work hard to ensure their teaching practices aligned with this vast body of research known as the science of reading that helps all students learn to read. In the 88th legislature, our Texas legislators took another giant step forward and passed HB 1605, which banned 3Qing and put the focus back on phonics and rigor in curriculum. Another key goal of HB 1605 is to protect teachers' valuable time. As we listen to presentations tonight, I am hoping that we can keep in mind the almost 40% of our elementary students that are not reading on grade level and contemplate what we can be rather than why it can't. Our objective is to improve the literacy outcomes for these approximately 40% of elementary students not reading on grade level. I know together we can achieve this goal. Again, thank you to all the presenters tonight. I am genuinely looking forward to hearing all the presentations.
And if I could just add one thing, Dr. Young, when Dr. Knoll and I were discussing this and bringing you in as an expert, we both agreed there pretty much isn't another in our district expert at your level. So thank you for coming.
Well, thank you all for having me here this evening. Welcome new board members. Yeah. How's the homework going? Yeah. All right. Well, first I want to thank you all for your service to the board. It is a lot of work, and of course we're all doing it to the benefit of the children of Conroe ISD. I also want to thank Dr. Knoll. He has always been so welcoming and so kind. Oh, thank you. Hello? Okay. Always welcoming and so kind, and always including me in the things that go on in the district, but also able to answer all of my questions. And so I just wanted to say a personal thank you to you for always being open and willing to share information with me and answer my questions. So does everybody have their homework? Okay. Great. I do want y'all to know I am a career educator. I retired after 30 years in education in June. I know, yay! I did teach English language arts and reading to 8th graders. I still think they're the best people on earth. And I retired as the executive director of student support services and special education. So that's my other area of expertise. And so I brought to you tonight, and you are the only board in the state of Texas that has a set of the curriculum for you. I was asked specifically to speak on the Bluebonnet curriculum. This is not the first time that a board has asked me to come and talk about a specific curriculum. I want y'all to know that. And it's not the first time that I've spent my time working on and editing curriculum as well. And so, but I do want to thank y'all for asking me to come here and share some of this information with you. And so you have in front of you quite a bit of materials. And so the reason I asked for these materials to be printed for you is so that you can put your hands on them and you can put your own eyeballs on them and you can be knowledgeable and able to answer your constituents, our constituents' answers, their questions that they have as it relates to this information. I've also provided a copy to Dr. Knoll so that his curriculum people and whoever else wants to take a look at it can do that as well. So I just wanted to share with you and just go through what you should have in front of you, which is Serving Our Neighbors, which is one of the units. It is the teacher guide. So you have a copy of teacher guides, and this is these are the actual print copies.
So you, if I can just,
go ahead.
You have two stacks in front of you. One stack should be the teacher stack, and one stack should be the students stack. So if you look at the bottom, just you'll see teacher guide, or you'll see activity book or reader. The smaller ones are the student ones. So just as you're, because I'm not sure if we emptied the box and stacked them up, but I'm not sure if we're going to be in the same order that she has them. So just trying to help you find them.
We might not be. And so I just wanted to do exactly what Dr. Knoll did and just bring it to your attention. You do have teacher guides. So you we'll have the opportunity to go through those on your own and have some familiarity with what the system is that is worked through in the teacher guidebooks, as well as the student activity books. It's down in the bottom, and it'll tell you if it's an activity book or if it's a reader. And so there are it's a number of materials that you have in front of you. And so I chose just different elements of it. America, Our Great Country, Fighting for a Cause, Innovation in Industry and Energy. We have Ancient Rome. You have American Independence. You also have Sharing Stories, Kings and Queens, Serving Our Neighbors, Novel Study, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and Poetry, A Collage of Words. And so if you are missing any of those, please let me know. I think we tried to make sure that everybody had a copy of each one of these items. So that was my homework for all of y'all. And so I am more than happy to answer any questions that you have. I'm going to take the hot seat. I do have a lot of Post-it notes on my working set, which is what I would expect a classroom teacher to do the same of all of those things. So I'm going to park it. All right. Ask away.
Okay, go ahead. Who would like to start?
Gosh, I wish our educators could see this. I wish you guys could come back here and look at it as well.
One day, they will.
Okay.
Does anyone want to start with a question or any questions at this time?
I can start. So
Sure.
I know there's been some pilot projects, correct?
Yes.
In Temple, ISD, Lubbock. Do we have any of the results from how this curriculum has actually, what the results have been?
So at our last day Board of Education meeting, we received some preliminary results of these specific materials that are being piloted. And at that time, they're showing progress, student progress, a growth of more than, in 1 year, bless you, more than 1 year growth in less than a year in their reading capacity. So that is a pilot program that's continuing as they work through multiple grade levels, but that is positive information that we're receiving at this time.
When do they start the curriculum?
This earlier in this last year, so it'll be second semester.
Okay, they're in the second semester. Okay.
So that growth was in the first semester because
Yes.
we're just starting the second. So they grew by more than 1 year in that semester from where they were in the pilot program.
From where they were in the pilot program.
Can you tell us the difference between Amplify and Bluebonnet?
Sure.
Amplify or Amplify Texas, the one that Texas is using.
So there's three
Yes.
different curriculums. There's Amplify, the national curriculum. There's Amplify Texas, and then there's Bluebonnet, which is the Texified version of Amplify Texas that has also incorporated additional materials within the reading system. So what I can speak to is nationally the Amplify program, the reading system built within that program is an excellent system for teaching literacy and for teaching children to read. The content of the Bluebonnet learning is the spin that Texas has placed on the materials. And so when Texas purchased the Amplify curriculum, they then began making it very, very based on Texas artistry, based on Texas names, based on some Texas stories, in addition to incorporating other elements that build literature knowledge. Does that answer your question?
I think so, yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Sure.
What is it about the curriculum that you think has shown the improvement? What's different than what you think is currently being offered?
What's different about this curriculum than what's being currently offered? One of the things that I like about this curriculum, and I feel like it takes us back and moves us forward all at the same time, is that the teacher guide in this, if taught through the structure that is provided, which you all have the teacher's guide, so you'll be able to see that in yourself. Lesson after lesson, it builds on prior knowledge, right? And so it builds on the literacy knowledge that a student is gaining, but it also provides in the K and 1 grades that base structure that students need in order to be fluent readers, which includes phonics and phonemic awareness. Right now, what I see across districts is as we pull a little bit from this curriculum, we pull a little bit from that curriculum, and we pull another piece from another curriculum, and we put it all together because before high quality instructional materials requirements, the requirement was only that 55% of the TEKS be met within that piece of curriculum. So these materials have 100% of the TEKS built in. So not only do you have it all in one, it's all in one place. And I feel like that is a better set of materials than currently what we're offering in any of the other materials that we have on our list.
Question to that. So I know that, in the classroom, a lot of the problem is the pacing, trying to get to all of the different TEKS. So in the pilots you've seen, are the teachers able to stay on pace with these books?
Yes, the activities are built by week, and so by following the materials, they're able to cover all of the TEKS within a timely manner, and then repeat for additional knowledge some of the same TEKS because they build on each other. Did I answer it? Okay.
Sorry, I have more. So, we've heard, I've been getting quite a few emails about kind of the religious component. We hear a lot of comments about it. Is the Bible the only religious text covered in Bluebonnet?
No, ma'am.
What else is covered?
So I have a number of sticky notes that I put on the, so one of them is, if you look in your Serving Our Neighbors teacher guide, looks like this.
Might be hard to find.
I'll help you. I'm sharing over here too.
Okay.
Serving Our Neighbors Kindergarten Unit 7 teacher guide. Good job, everybody.
One said 7?
7, it's red on the front.
Yeah, we got it.
Down at the bottom it says teacher's guide. Good job, everyone. I'm proud of y'all.
We're sharing.
Okay, share, that's good. Share with your partner.
Sharing with our neighbors.
That is correct, yeah.
Sharing.
Talk with your elbow partner. Turn to page 7. I'm gonna put my glasses on. So this is the story of the Golden Rule. And from this, it pulls information from several faiths. And I would say that the Golden Rule is something that is expressed across all faiths. And so here is one example of when someone says a Bible story, that this is one in particular that is something that we learn from all faiths, which is the Golden Rule.
So in that particular, just for those of you that can't see it right now.
Can we request the font be larger in the completed version?
Right.
Just kidding.
There are 6 different,
Will it come with a magnifier?
right, there are 6 different uses or religions that are covered in there, just so you can know that.
So it lists Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, and Sikhism. And so it lists them, and this is the teacher's guide, specifically where you would find that information in that religion. So I hope that that's an example. I can provide you, if you'll shoot me an email, I can provide you more places where I've earmarked them.
What percentage would you say of this curriculum is citing religious text?
So I would say that about 10% of it cites religious texts, and the rest of it's literature, other areas of literature.
Is the religious text cited to teach religion specifically, or is it cited to support the literature and where the literature came from and the writers?
I appreciate that question because, yes, it's written to support literature, not to teach religion. The Bible is the most referenced book in Western literature. But in order for our students to know more information and to understand what it is they're reading as they grow as readers, right, from a young age to adults, as we are, we have to rely on the vocabulary and the nuances and the information that we learned early on in order to understand what we're still learning later on in life. I can tell you that I started teaching 8th grade English language arts when the requirement for teaching reading only went to 5th grade. And then the state realized, oh, we still have 8th graders that can't read. And so, surprise. So I started teaching the 8th grade at the 8th grade level. And there were so many things that my students didn't have any of the background knowledge on. And so I was continuously scaffolding the information and working backwards so that I could then move forward in order to ensure that my students understood what it was that we were working on, and just traditional literature, how much of it that they were unapprised of because the base wasn't there. I was very fortunate because I started with like a baseline screener for my students to find out what do you or don't you know in your skill set, and then we moved forward from there.
Dr. Young, I have a question kind of transitioning out of that. Can you talk a little bit more about the OER component of this and what that looks like?
Okay, so in particular for all of our high quality instructional materials that we just approved, there were over 140 of them. On that list, it will tell you whether it's printed materials, is that what you're asking about, or whether it is electronic e-materials. A majority of them offer both printed and electronic materials. I don't know if you can guess if this is offered as a printed material or not, but just in case anybody was wondering, it's printable, and it's free. I know that there are some school districts that have their own print shops. It's online. A school district can download it and print it themselves if they want to, and in addition to that, so just to go ahead and like talk a little bit longer, where it's related to just printed materials, is that your interest? Okay. The teacher's guides, they are like this, although I did ask if they are bound in the spiral like this, or if they'd be bound differently, and I haven't gotten the answer on that yet. And I asked that for a couple of different reasons. One, I would be the teacher that would take it out of the spiral. I would put it in clear pages. I would put it in a 3-ring binder, and I would put sticky notes all over it. But even if you didn't do that, and this was yours, and say it didn't survive me toting it back and forth from home and in my car and throwing it in my bag and spilling coffee on it and eating my lunch over it, you can make a Xerox copy of it. You can just stick it on there. There's no copyright infringement. There used to be when I was issued my giant, heavy Prentice Hall teacher's reading book, which was like the guide was like this and this thick and weighed like 30 pounds. I couldn't make a copy so I could make little notes or anything on it. We were forbidden to write in it because I had to turn it in at the end of the year along with my whole class set. This moves us forward from that, yet keeps us still in print. I personally like paper.
The other thing that's really great about that is when you had to turn it in, then you had to remove all your Post-its and you had to start all over the next year.
That is
marking
correct.
your stuff.
That is correct. And so you make if it's starting to fall apart, you can take it to the copy machine and make copies of it. You can order a new set of it through your local, curriculum person that orders your textbooks, however it works at Conroe ISD. You can, like however it works here.
She's making eye contact over there.
Yeah, in my little tiny school districts, the same person who mows the lawn is also ordering curriculum. So, yeah. Right. So it's printable materials. It's free. You can download it. You can print it in your own personal print shop. You can order it from the state, and they'll ship it to you, bound.
I understand the printing of the student version is $18.
That is,
which is significantly less than a student copy of curriculum version of the instructional materials.
That is correct. I believe that
and the average for a teacher kit these days is around $300 a teacher kit. And so this is much less expensive than that because the product is free and then you're just doing the printing on it.
So if you utilize the online product, you have that, to use without any printing expenses at all.
I noticed there's some letters to parents in the curriculum. Will parents have access to everything in this curriculum so they can look over what their children are learning?
Yes, and of course that's local board control.
It's actually also state law. State law requires that all of our curriculum be an online portal for our parents to be able to access. But one of the things, could you corroborate this? Mm-hmm. One of the things about those parent letters is it's already together for the teacher to send home to the parents about what is being taught, what is there, what they're talking about, and even some discussion questions that the parents can have with their kids. So I think that's critical, getting parents back into being able to know what is in there, what's being taught and be engaged. brings back that what I always think of as parent, teacher, child, student, is going to strengthen that relationship again.
Have we had this up on our website yet for viewing, or not until after we talk
No,
about
there's
adoption?
a process, because there are
Okay.
actually two programs. Not Bluebonnet's not the only one approved by the state board. There are actually two. And so I think Dr. Upshaw's final presentation tonight is the discussion of the curriculum process that we would go,
Okay, great.
and how we would go through that, and when and how people could view all the things.
Okay, great.
So there are two, right? Savas and Bluebonnet. And those are the only two right now that are approved for
High quality instructional
high-quality
materials.
instruction materials, which are now required,
As a full set, yes. And then there's 100 and some other
that are not
pieces.
yeah. And you'd have to pull, our teachers are back to having to pull from a variety of different locations and planning and all the different tools in the toolbox, whereas this, and Savas, from what I understand, is somewhat that way, back to a whole package again.
Yes, and and some of those other HQMI materials also are supplemental materials. There's some decodables, so after initial instruction, the decodables are for students to be able to practice what they've learned. So there's other things on the HQMI list as well.
Dr. Young, with that in mind, when did districts in Texas begin, or when did we see a shift of districts moving from the bound style curriculum for reading especially, you remember the old school readers, everybody had one, to a pull from this material, piece together type approach? When did that begin?
I'd say probably when I saw it most would be about 15 years ago or so. Dr. Knoll, would you agree with that? 20, yeah, right in the 20-year mark.
Was that driven by legislation or any type of shift in
I don't know. I would
education?
say
I would probably just argue, like, those of us that have been around long enough, and I'm on about my third pendulum swing in education now. It's just, you see that you go one way, and then we tend to go too far one way, and then we overcorrect and go another way. Like, it's just a common.
So my point in asking is, you said roughly 15 years. We saw that shift because that's happened since I've been in school or been, I'm not an educator, so I didn't see that. So historically, we were using curriculum. It seems like, in my opinion, we're going back toward that bound curriculum where we have something hard copy where we can provide that to not only the student, but to the parent and teacher. That's safe to say, right?
it's an option, yes.
And
it
this
is.
option, as Dr. Knoll mentioned, is being offered by another publisher, at least one. We know there are others, I'm sure. But do we see other publishers shifting back to this? Is my
And
my question.
from the state board perspective, what we see coming to us is, yes, there are more printable options now because there is, a bit of a push back toward more traditional curriculum elements.
Well, it's data driven too, right? We've seen a decline in our reading scores, so.
Yes, but
it's
if
safe to
you're
say.
speaking specifically just about the actual materials themselves, I've just seen a drive toward some more of the traditional elements that we've used before.
Well, and if I, just to
Go ahead.
add, it's somewhat driven legislatively. I think part of the change, and one of the biggest changes with the HQIM, is that, as you mentioned this, and I don't know about the Savas, I didn't hear you say the percentage, covers 100% of the TEKS, correct? Does Savas do that as well?
Yes,
They're saying
it
yes.
does.
The team behind you says yes.
It does. It
So,
does because
but-
it wouldn't be on HQMI if it
Right,
wasn't.
so that's a big part of the reason why, is when we change the TEKS, our instructional materials, we may not get to change those every 8 to 10 years. We're not funded to buy new reading books, for example, for every 10 years.
Does that
So
explain why
if-
the 55% of TEKS being met was acceptable in the past?
Potentially, yes, but so what would happen is, you couldn't have one material that covered 100% of the TEKS. So you had to go get materials from a lot of different places to try to cover 100% of the TEKS. So because TEKS could change every 2 years.
But that's working against each other, right?
Amen. So, and to be clear and to be fair, these meet 100% of the TEKS today. unless they change the TEKS in 2 years. And then we'll still own these materials for the next 8 years, and they won't meet 100% of the TEKS. We'll have to, but that's reality, right? It's just, you don't buy, now if they update it online and we can reprint, that's a different version, but the old school way is when you're buying a textbook.
Sorry. When we adopted the last curriculum, was it 100% aligned with the TEKS 8 years ago?
It didn't have to
Well,
be.
we never.
It wasn't available.
Yeah, because
Edith is saying no.
Yeah, we've never.
I was just curious.
And I'm the last thing we need is me trying to talk for our experts because they're way better than I am. But typically when we're buying materials, we're buying materials, not a curriculum.
Right.
We built the curriculum.
Sure.
The materials were a resource to the curriculum. And we would pull in a lot of pieces to build our curriculum. With these high quality materials, now we can buy a package that covers it all. And that's going to be for
Less
now.
work.
But that's a huge difference for us, right? That's a very great change.
Less work for
So-
our
Correct.
teachers and
Is it
staff.
And it's not
$48 like per student per like year, or is it like this one-time $40 per student?
Hold on to that question. I'm going to tag on to what he said. I asked that question specifically about TEKS today to TEA because I knew that would come up. Like, what do we do if TEKS come up before the state board again? But we finished English language arts, and they're not up for, like, we're moving on to math and social studies, y'all. And so English language arts is not coming back up for 8 more years. That's the way. There's this really long map of progression. I believe it's on the website, and you can see what's coming up next. I know that I have access to some slides I'm more than happy to share with y'all about what's coming up in the future and what that looks like. But it is not on the board's agenda in the next 5 years to change the TEKS again, and even longer, I hope.
Well,
Very
and
happy about that.
And just to clarify,
lot.
Bluebonnet, we're not purchasing. It would be the printing of whatever that expense is for our teacher guides. And even the electronic is free. And the student technically is free if we weren't printing it, but ideally that's what we need to be doing. Looking at where we're seeing we're going and what's been happening. But it is free to go through Bluebonnet, but Savas is not free. We would have to buy that curriculum. It's not the same kind of option for us. Financially.
So to go with Mary Ann's question, the $40 is for any material that's on the HQMI High Quality Instructional Materials list. That $40 can be spent on any of those. Were you asking about the additional $20? Or you just asked about the 40?
I was asking about the 40 and if it was yearly.
It rolls into each year, so it's a cumulative $40. It doesn't go away. It's not if you don't use it, lose it money. It's rollover funding, and so it can build on from one year to the next.
But is it re-awarded every year? Like, is it a 40 per year annual?
Yes, and so it's cumulative. So like, if you only use $20 or $30 of that $40, that other $10 rolls over and adds to your $40 the next year, unless the legislation increases your textbook material allotment.
And we have a slide on that in the next section too, just to try to visually see it.
So, I mean, this would be a big change, right? So if this were to be implemented, what is a reasonable time frame, in your opinion, to actually get this going?
Well, it's January, right?
January.
It's January. It's Tuesday. Okay.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Last I checked.
I would say that it's not unlike any school district to adopt new materials and provide that professional development through the summer. Send administrators or your curriculum folks to training in the spring semester once the decision is made. Like any curriculum that you adopt, once y'all go through that process, once people come and look at the materials, once everybody decides what what you're going to adopt and what you all ultimately decide on. Somebody has to get trained. You know, you've got your train the trainer. For this particular curriculum, that training is available and ready to go. And they can also come to you, as well as you go to them at the Region Service Centers. It's provided through them. And then, of course, professional development at the beginning of the school year. And, of course, one of the best things about this curriculum is that it offers such great guidance. And so if you're a new teacher, you can't go wrong if you just follow it. If you're a veteran teacher, you, of course, have the opportunity to add in, use your own autonomy to supplement some of the materials and to build up what you're teaching. But you can't go wrong by just teaching what's in the curriculum. And that's important. I don't want to say it's fail-proof, but I would say that by having a curriculum with a teacher's guide built the way that this is written, you definitely are placing the teachers in a better position to ensure that their students are receiving knowledge at top quality.
And I'll piggyback on that because I did check with TEA, and the sooner a district does come on board with it, there's more professional development for free available through TEA. So they are doing a lot of the training. I know HISD is looking at this and bringing it on, and Fort Bend ISD is looking at bringing it on. And honestly, to get for the next school year, it's a first come, first serve for the free services and how much is available as far as trainers. But it is, there is a lot of professional development available for free, which is another big savings in that regards, if that's the route we were to go. Is it okay if I ask him? Go ahead.
I don't know if it's the same as it. Is this curriculum able to be modified? So if there's particular sections that we would want to modify, is that possible?
It is possible. You're like, you have that autonomy, or you have that authority as a board to, once you adopt a curriculum, it is your curriculum to do with as you choose. So if there are sections of the curriculum that you choose not to teach or to allow it to be taught in your district, then you can pull those pieces out. The only caution that I have about that is whatever you're taking out, you have to put back in because you're pulling either those particular TEKs or a skill set that's being taught that you're going to skip over. Going back to your question about what percentage, you're talking about 10% having the biblical literature built within the curriculum, and so that would be the 10% if you were speaking specifically to that you would need to replace and ensure that those TEKs are being covered and whatever skill is being taught in that unit is taught elsewhere or in addition to.
Piggybacking off of that really quickly, so there'll be hard copies. So obviously, can we turn off on the digital copies like we did with our biology books by lesson, or is it by unit? Like what's or do we just turn off the whole thing? How does that work? Because I know some publishers are different than others.
I would imagine
That's Dr. Upshaw question.
Yeah, I would imagine that you'd be able to, on the electronic version, just not access it.
I know that sometimes it's different per unit versus per chapter and all that stuff. So that might be a Dr. Upshaw question.
Yeah, and either way, I'm happy to check with TEA if you'd like me to.
I noticed that a lot of the materials have titles like America, Our Great Country, or Ancient Rome. Is that because they're designed to be cross-curricular?
Yes, so you're building, and I asked Mike Morath, I said, when did we quit doing that? Like, when did that quit happening? So when I taught, I was the 8th grade English language arts teacher, and next door to me was the math teacher, that was the social studies teacher, and the science teacher, and we literally taught, and we had a pod in the middle, and we would meet during our planning period and go over, and I would find out from the science teacher and the math teacher, what units are you working on, because I'm going to build that vocabulary, or I'm going to look for literature that has that vocabulary or something similar to it, and we're going to work. Our work in my English Language Arts class is going to be based on what they're learning in these other classes. So it's an excellent question, Melissa. Thank you for asking. That's exactly what this is doing. It is working cross-curricular. We're blending in, and not we, but this material is blending in elements that they'll be learning in other core courses. And so it's important for the reiteration of that same knowledge, that knowledge building is going to help them in their other classes as well.
Okay, and that brings me to, I know you're here to talk about Bluebonnet, but this does refer to Bluebonnet. In the Informed American Patriotism and Education Act that was passed, HB 4509, it just simply states that Texas law mandating we explicitly teach our country's precepts woven through Tier 1, not supplemental level, instruction materials, and that we develop student civic knowledge and to do it. And what I want to know is in the HQIM, in this Bluebonnet or Savas, do they both 100% do this? I'm looking at the titles here, and it looks like it is based on the titles of Bluebonnet, but it's Savas.
That is part of our rubric, and so they would not have passed on our list if they didn't meet that requirement in our rubric.
Okay.
So we haven't moved away from the cross-curricular approach, or we have? Is that new, the rubric?
Are you, okay, the rubric is for the high quality and instructional materials, and so it ensures that we meet all of the new laws and all of the requirements, and so in order for material to be placed on our HQ high quality instructional materials list, they have to have met all the suitability rubric that
Which would mean they would
utilized.
Do the crisscross between the core subjects.
It includes the legal requirements and meets 100% of the TEKS.
Is that new?
Yes, that was part of 1605. That was the charge of the state board from 1605 was to build these rubrics, these high quality instructional materials through a rubric-based system. And so in order for them to make that list, we had to build a rubric.
How'd they build them before? How did they build them? How do they build these curriculum before that legislation and then the new rubric? I'm just curious for reference.
So, you mean like publishers?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think a long time ago they used to build it based on. It used to be said that as Texas goes, so goes the nation, right? And so publishers would build their books, their materials based on our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, and then they would adapt them for nationwide.
So maybe we didn't give them that outline. Or
Right. This is right. Going back to cross-curricular is, again, to the pendulum.
15 years.
That's 20 years ago.
Yeah, and sometimes I just like to say stuff so that our team can come up here and correct me later, and they will. But I learn from them so much every day, and just in talking with them this morning, I was part of this conversation, and so I want to share enough so that you can remember to ask them. But I know that Commissioner Morath is based a lot of the construction of Bluebonnet on a piece of research that I don't have the researcher's name, but all those really smart people out there do, and they can speak to it about the benefits of learning to read through using social studies text. And you see it very clearly here in the titles and the works that you see, but it's based on a piece of research, and there's a researcher that he
but it sounds like we knew that before. Just based on the conversation, it sounds like we were there and then we moved away from it, and now we're moving back.
I don't know if we moved away. I think now it's just the state board and TA has taken a more systematic approach. When you think about previously, it wasn't about the SBOE approving curriculum per se. They approved textbooks. And to the point that was made, what a publisher would do is they would produce a social studies textbook for the country, and then they would adapt that book for a Texas version, and they would try to cover as many of the TEKS as they could. And when it crossed enough TEKS, the SBOE would say, it's approved, school districts, you can use this book if you wish, and there might be 10 of those, and we'd pick the one that we thought was best, but we knew there were gaps. But social studies book was picked when social studies came, and then the reading book was picked when reading came, and they were judged on reading TEKS, not on social studies. I think this is a more integrated and systemic approach of bringing some of those things together. Our teachers and our great curriculum instruction department has always brought in cross-curricular teaching. Like that's not a new concept. It's not something we haven't been doing. That's always happened. What's different now is it being woven into a full curriculum piece that can come as one purchase.
So my question, just so I'm clear, 30 years ago, we didn't have textbooks that did that.
No, so when we were in school, you got a math book, and you probably started on page 1, and you finished on the last page. That's what we did. That's how we went to school.
So we learned math.
But yes.
Okay.
But when the state puts in different TEKS and does different things, it required us to change where we couldn't just follow that textbook, because the TEKS were telling us we needed to teach different things and other things. So we had to go, the textbook became a resource. It was not the
Primary
say the
source.
Bible, but yeah, it was not the primary source. You couldn't just, if you just took the math book and taught it cover to cover, you would not be covering the TEKS, and your students would not be successful on the STAR exam.
Wow.
So that's the change.
Nope. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
I have another question. On the concern that I've heard from or read online from some people or had emailed to me that this is Common Core. This is Common Core curriculum. Could you talk to that, please?
It wouldn't have passed our rubric if it was. And those rubrics and even and all of the results of the materials that made our list is available online. And I'm more than happy if somebody will shoot me an email and remind me. I'm more than happy to send that to all of you, or share it with Dr. Nolan. He can share it out with y'all, so that you're aware. I mean, that's very transparent information that came from the State Board of Education, that if there were any Common Core elements in any of the curriculum, they were asked to make corrections to that prior to them even qualifying to be on the list.
I have, if you've got, go ahead.
Maybe you answered this earlier, but how is this curriculum deployed to teachers? Like, are they just handed a book, or how does that work?
31 years ago when I started teaching, that's what they did. They had a class list, and they blessed you and said, good luck.
Yeah, I would ask to defer that question until we get our folks up there, because they'll be able to speak through our systems.
That's definitely that's a system within your school district, that probably looks different in other school districts.
And Dr. Young, are this giant pile of books down here, is this the complete finalized version? Are we waiting for some more edits and all of that stuff?
What you have is the final version of the units that I've provided to you.
Okay.
So that it won't look different. And that's why I asked for it, so that you have it on hand, that you can read through it yourself. You can ask questions from it, shoot me questions, shoot TEA questions, whatever you want to do. This is the final version of these units.
The paper girl, hard copy person, and be able to take home person is so thankful for this, because now I can really go through it and I can really digest it and evaluate it versus just going into a room to look at some material. So I thank you for that hauling of that, and for Dr. Null from bringing it in and dispersing it to all of us. I thank you for that.
I waited until the last minute. I took a picture of my trunk. I said, surprise!
Hopefully you have a big SUV that you can just put it all in. Yes.
It really helps because I've seen it online, but I was wondering what it looked like all printed out,
this
and
is great.
it helps to see how it's all organized. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, absolutely.
And you know, also, and I don't know where we're at with this discussion, but I just want to let you know I've been tuning in and watching online and following very closely what was taking place. And I can't tell you how thankful we are for you for just staying the course and really working hard and putting everything you have into this, because this is a lot of work. And I don't know if folks that are watching, I mean, we've been listening, or I know several of us have tuned into the hearings, and it's just a lot of work, and we're super thankful for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It has been a lot of work, and I tell people all the time I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. And I think that everyone that I'm looking at now feels the same way about what you're doing. It's important. Our children are our future. They're the ones that are going to be taking care of me when I get older. I'm not old yet. And so it's just important. And of course, literacy. Literacy is where it's at.
That's right.
It's what makes our country what it is. And
Absolutely.
so I'm happy to answer any more questions that you have. And if you think of something when I'm not here, you're welcome to shoot me an email, and I'll be glad to answer your questions.
I just have 2 questions. Can you tell me a little bit about how the content was created? Who collaborated to create the content?
Sure. They had over 500 retired teachers or current teachers, educators and former educators of all kinds across the state of Texas that worked in groups working through each one of these units. So they might not have worked all the units. They might have just done America, Our Country unit, or just the Ancient Rome unit. But there were a lot of people that were involved in the making of this, the editing of this curriculum.
And then my second question is, can you just guide us to one of the biblical, I know it's...
Sure.
I would just like to see what it looks like.
So American Independence, it's a teal colored book. This is the teacher's guide. Looks like this. Grade 1, Unit 8. Turn to page 'It's lesson 12, introducing the read aloud.
Oh, no.
Sorry, what page?
Are you missing it? I just want to.
Hers is teal, but it says sharing stories.
Oh, that's another.
There's 2 teal ones. There should be.
I only have one. I'll get it. I'll follow along.
Here, just take mine.
I'll borrow here. It's okay.
No, this one's the sharing. Here you go. Okay.
So here's a.
Lesson 12.
Was everybody ever able to find it, locate it in the book?
170.
Lesson 12, exploring America's symbols. The other thing I want to bring to your attention also is you can go online to Bluebonnet Learning. You can pull up these units, and then you can search it for any particular words that you're looking for. So,
Like by keyword, right?
right, like Command F for find, and then you type in whatever particular word it is that you're looking for to see how many times it is in that unit. So in this, introducing the read aloud, you can see what have we already learned. So this is like a build upon unit, obviously. the fathers and other leaders. Students will describe the contributions of the founding fathers and other leaders and share ideas about important events learned through the unit. And so this is one where it says, ask students to recall what the word founded means, remind students that they've been learning about how the United States was founded, and ask students if they remember what the first debate of the First Continental Congress was about. And in the teachers unit, it reminds you that it's about prayer. Inform students that many of the founding fathers regularly read the Bible. Remind students that the Bible is a collection of books that serve as the core books of the Jewish and Christian religions. And so it goes on about that. And so is that, Nicole, does that answer your question? Is that one of them, or?
Yes, that's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
But looking ahead on that, it doesn't continue to talk about the Bible, right? What I was looking at there is that it continues to talk about other story charts and other things. The only reference was the reference to the first debate was over prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see in particular like Bible verse references or anything like that.
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, thank you.
No.
One more question. So I think somebody touched on this, but this is flexible for our more tenured teachers, and if they have students that have accommodations or covered under IEPs, like they can maneuver and do as needed in that, correct? There is flexibility there.
Yes, it is tier 1, but it is, you have the ability to, there are built-in scaffolding elements in there for our students that need a little extra. There is, even in the 3rd grade, some supplemental materials in addition to that. Those are built in K and 1, and I believe 2 also, but I know 3rd also has like an additional supplemental book for sort of keeping the kids caught up, or for teaching them and reteaching what they need to learn or learn again, or learn a little deeper. And of course, you have the flip side too, your gifted and talented children as well, right? And so we've got the full spectrum teachers who can build upon the curriculum as well and add to the curriculum in order to enhance it and accelerate it. It's not an accelerated program. It is tier 1, but of course, that's the gift that teachers have, is in their excellent teaching skills is the ability to add in the extra for the students.
So this is helpful for a wide range of teacher experiences, and the new teacher as well as the tenured teacher. And okay.
Yes, it is.
Like you said.
Absolutely.
Foolproof?
And also lightening their load too, correct?
Yes, I would have to say that that's one of the things that I find that sort of took me back again. My teaching book that I had, I started with one teaching book, and then of course the curriculum changed, so that I taught for 5 more years out of the same book. But it had all of the skills set on the side, and it gave you the guidance, and it told you, it provided you with the additional information that you could teach to the students, and so it was all right there, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity to go back to having it all right there. And that way the teachers can take the opportunity to add additional materials, to supplement it, to put their own, their own personality to it, however, whatever that looks like for them. However, it does save them an immense amount of time in the planning process because it's already laid out for them.
Not only the planning, but the prep, because you don't only have to plan it, but then you have to prepare whatever it is you need for your students in order to deliver the lesson and have them interact and so on and so forth. This in particular encompasses all of that, and will allow then the teacher to devote her time to being prepared and ready to go and refreshed for her students. So. Or his.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we have the luxury of being a big place, and there are super challenges that come for us from being a big place. There are also big positives for us, but our teachers have always had this. It's just been created by our curriculum instruction team. Now, smaller places don't have that luxury. Their teachers have been having to create. Our teachers have not had to create. Now, that being said, I'm very excited, as is that team out there, with whichever we pick. If we pick one of the two HQIMs, it's going to make us better.
Yeah.
I have no doubt about that either way. But
That's good.
I don't want to minimize the work of this team out here that makes sure that our teachers are not doing all that every day. They are given a curriculum presently, and in the last year, it's been exclusively built by our CNI team. So I just don't want to, and I know you're speaking globally for the whole world. We have a luxury here that everybody doesn't have, and it's, I call it a luxury. I think it's a gift of the team that we have. So
You do, and you do have a great team of people who have put together the materials for the teachers and provided them with the training, the background knowledge that they need in order to work through each one of all of those TEKs. You have to pull it all together, and somebody has to do that work. And of course, Conroe ISD has had the luxury of having that team. That is not the case with about 800 school districts across the state of Texas, the smaller ones. I don't know if y'all know, but my superintendent at Apple Springs not only is the superintendent, but he passes out the books at the beginning of school, and he also coaches football. So, like, if that tells you anything,
Dr. Knowles,
like, you got to do them all.
I'm good with both of those. I thought she was going to say driving a bus. That's where I was out, but
He
if
does. He also
I
drives
don't feel
the bus.
qualified for that. But,
So that is, Conroe ISD in my state Board of Education district is one of the few anomalies that I have as a very large school district. So many of the school districts that are represented in District 8 are very small school districts.
I
And
just
so-
want to thank you, Dr. Young, for pointing out the gifts of a teacher. I think we often don't recognize that, this is one thing, giving them a book or giving them curriculum, no matter what it looks like, but the gift of a teacher and what they do in their classroom and the autonomy of that is something that it affects our children, it inspires our children, and I'd like to see the focus back on that. So I thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely.
drawing attention to
There's
that.
nothing that I always said that teaching English language arts and reading was the best, especially to 8th graders. But when you have the opportunity to bring literature to life, that truly is
That's a gift.
just a special offering that you have to students, and that they'll take that with them for the rest of their lives.
I have one more thing, unless someone else has something. So, I guess summarizing this up, currently 40% of our third grade students are not meeting grade level on STAR. That's dangerously close to 50 in my eyes, 50%. And looking at it from another perspective, when I look at including our intermediate schools, approximately 37 elementary campuses, 1/3 of them currently are not meeting third grade expectations on the STAR exam. I should clarify, I was referring to third grade for reading. And then 39% do not meet STAR expectations for meeting the grade level reading and language arts. So 50% of our third grade Spanish speaking students, now I'm going from the numbers I found online, the 50% of our Spanish speaking students are not meeting second grade level expectations as a third grader. So they're almost a year and a half behind. In your experience, in your expertise, and all that you've done with special ed, and knowing those special dynamics with special ed and also those second language learners and so on and so forth, with all your experience, do you feel confident that Bluebonnet is a sound, structured, and data behind it, and can bring success to Conroe ISD if we were to adopt it?
My answer to that question is yes, if you're asking for a yes or no answer. But I can tell you that I started studying the system of Amplify, the way that the system is taught, before my time on the State Board of Education. And so I followed closely a couple of superintendents here in the state of Texas that took an early adoption. And just because of the fact that literature is just something that I find very important. And then when I had the opportunity, when Commissioner Morath brought about this curriculum, I took home 2 whole boxes of it, and that's how I spent my summer, was going through all of these. I know, fun times. And going through all of this. And I would not have voted yes for it if I didn't believe in this product. I have voted no before. I've voted no across the board on curriculums because I thought they were terrible. So I take the vote that I give something to heart, especially when it comes to reading.
So in follow-up to that, you did that with this. So all things being equal, are you saying Savas is equal to what your experience, like all that's mapped out in Bluebonnet, all that it's 100% TEAC related, all of those things, is Savas equal to that?
Savas is equal in our rubric
Right,
system.
in the rubric. I'm
Yes.
talking about your experience and the time you put in. Because rubrics, if you can meet to a rubric, that's one thing, but quality or usability or success-wise, do you feel, I mean, has there been a pilot behind Savas?
I am not familiar with any pilot behind Savas at this time.
Okay. And the numbers on the Bluebonnet pilot Temple School District, Lubbock School District, those numbers won't be out until the spring, correct?
That is correct.
But what
Final
you're
numbers.
seeing, I mean, the public numbers, but from what you're seeing right now, you are confident behind the State Board of Education, TEA is confident in these materials.
Yes, absolutely. And again, like I started following this process in 2019, prior to COVID, and the students that were utilizing the system that's built within made huge gains. And so with the adoption of it and the iteration of and inclusion of additional materials within it, which only enhances literacy and knowledge, and the cross-curricular element of it, I feel like that it has, that it is bringing us back to teaching literacy the way that we used to teach it, and that we should move forward with continuing to teach it.
So it's soundly based also on the science of reading?
Science of reading, solid.
And structured literacy, science
Can
of
I
reading.
just ask one quick question? I know we're wrapping up. Regarding the pilot, what have you done to assess that progress to see that those students have made that growth? What's your standard that you're using for that?
We just have the districts are reporting back based on their BOY and MOY, and then they'll have their EOY pilot information to provide for solid numbers at the end of the school year.
So they're not using like a STAR benchmark or anything like that?
No.
And technically, if it's 100% aligned, I mean, I'm excited that now we know that we're not going to be, quote, teaching to a test. We keep hearing this from people. Oh, we teach to a test. We're constantly teaching to a test, which I'm not saying we are. I'm just saying we hear that. This will be, I mean, we don't have to, because we are teaching what the test is if we were to adopt this.
You're teaching all of the Texas essential knowledge and skills. That is correct. And just to go back on the beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year, that is something that we do in special education all the time. And so we baseline our students. We see what they've remembered from last school year. It's not something that has been a general education happening until most recently in most recent years, but that is something that we've always followed in special education, and that's how you see true individual student growth. And that's what you're looking for. It's apples to apples in that sense. You're just looking at what each individual student, how they have progressed. What were those baseline markers? And then mid-year, what is it that they're retaining? What is it that they've learned? What is it that they need to know going forward? And so I find that those those measurements being very student-specific are most important. Not to talk ugly about the star or anything, Commissioner Moran.
Dr. Young, in
Yes.
between that BOI, MOI, EOI, do we do a weekly test of progress?
Yes, so in this curriculum, there's a measurement built in at the end of each unit. So at the end of
As
each
it should be.
activity unit, there's a test, so to speak.
So the teacher has a reference point for weekly progress,
Yes,
not
that is
just
correct.
beginning, end, or middle,
Yes,
end.
and I think that it'll follow along with like in class with your, being able to look at your tier 2 and tier 3 needs for students as far as the beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year progress
just-
measures.
Humor me here. Is that something that other curriculums don't necessarily include? Is a weekly assessment included in most other curriculums?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, some have like an end of the unit questions, to see what you understood or remember from the unit or whatever. But this actually provides.
So that sets this apart,
Mhm.
really.
That does set it apart.
I have one last question.
Sure.
So of the 500 or over 500 teachers, is that like a list that we can view to see, I mean, are they all over the state, or, do they take credit for their work at all, or is that just, are they anonymous?
So so I'm not sure if that list is available or not to the public. They received a stipend for their work. I don't think it was a whole lot of money, like $500 maybe. It's more than we get at the state board, but still, or more than what y'all get for your work. But they got a stipend for doing that work, so it may be available. But I don't know if it's posted or not. But you can email me and I'll ask if they'll give me a list and I'll share it with you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So on the line of what Trustee Duncan was just talking about, as far as the data and the assessment part, that's one thing. Is Ms. Fuller, isn't that under your purview? All that data and following it, am I right? So he is the guru of data on our students on the campuses, and you should see the walls that they've built and the moving of the kids through levels and helping them achieve the next level is mind-blowing when you go into those rooms where you see it. But the thing that I'm wondering is, this would take if there are assessments in that curriculum that can be given at the end of a unit, which would be then assessing their knowledge of the TEKS, that would be giving our data man his information of knowing where those students are and his team. I don't mean to just single him out, but that would be giving them their assessments without additional assessments having to be given.
Your benchmarks would look different if that's what you're asking.
Well, that's what I'm asking
Yeah.
is would we need benchmarks? Because we're seeing them through assessments at the end of each unit.
Well, of course, that's a district decision. That's within the purview of your superintendent as to how y'all would utilize the assessments materials within this. But it is an element that's available to y'all.
Okay, I have a question with regard to that. Humor me. 15 years ago, we moved away from a textbook. Now we're moving back. When did we move away from weekly assessments or unit assessments? Anybody? Do we not do those? We do.
Teachers do. It just looks different in classrooms. I'm sure you still help your kids study for a weekly spelling test.
So we are doing those, and this might be a better question.
That's a question for the district. But, that looks different in every. But as far as a built-in assessment, I don't know that that's available in all the curriculums.
That's more to my question. Is a built-in assessment is the expectation. I would think.
Yes, that you'll have to ask the experts for the district.
Are there any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, seeing no other questions and discussion here, I just would like to say thank you on behalf of the board and Conroe ISD for you're not right here in our backyard. You do travel a little distance, and we thank you for coming and bringing us all these little gifts and presents and the ability to flip through it and answer our questions. This was at a level that we couldn't have done directly to what, I mean, being able to access our State Board of Education member, our representative, and bring he in is immensely valuable. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And I'm happy to do this at any time. And if we want to do the same thing with a different curriculum, I'm more than happy to be part of your public hearing for that as well. And so thank you for having me here. Thank you for inviting me in. And if there's anything else I can do for you, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you.
Thank you. And y'all be sure to do your homework.
Indeed.
A lot of it.
If I could offer, maybe if we could just take a little break just so we could help her pack her stuff and then transition the team, and everybody might be helpful.
That would be
That'd be
fine.
okay.
So the time is 7:36, and we'll take a 10. Oh, sorry, I was looking at that clock. 7:36, 7:33, and we will take a break for about 10 minutes. It's 7:45, and we are reconvening with agenda item 5C, receive information regarding district assessment schedules, CISD reads and writes, and curriculum evaluation components from our esteemed panel here, our experts from the district. So, Mr. Smith, are you starting first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Dr. Upshaw?
maybe if I could, I'd just like to say a few words about these folks. I know I've mentioned them through the meeting, but our curriculum instruction department, we're fortunate to have them, and being a big district, it does allow us to employ experts like this that most people couldn't. They are a mighty team, but they're small. For a place as big as us, they carry a lot on their shoulders, a small but mighty team, and I just want y'all to know how much I appreciate what you do. And we had a chance to kind of go through these presentations on Friday, and as a secondary teacher by nature, who is married to a kindergarten teacher, I'm very clearly know how much I don't know about early literacy, and I try to learn and through osmosis in my home. But when you sit and listen to these folks, it's really refreshing to hear. So I'm excited that they'll be sharing with us tonight. So maybe we can start with introductions and go from there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, President Odenwiller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. We will go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and put that slide up. These are the introductions. Can you hear?
If you'll pull the mic, those mics, I know you don't want to talk right into it, but you just might have to pull it a little closer.
One of the issues might be is that I'm not very tall. So
I wasn't going to bring
reach
that
over.
up. I was trying to be very appropriate, and I'd say that.
But thank you so much. It's my privilege to be here with you again today, and I've been here several times. I'm Edith Upshaw. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning.
Hi, I'm Darren Carlisle. I'm Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning.
I'm Wendy Tisdale. I need to turn on my mic. I'm Wendy Tisdale. I'm the Coordinator of Assessment and Instructional Materials.
Mark Smith, Coordinator of Elementary Language Arts.
Sharon Henry, a Coordinator of Dyslexia Services.
Thank you very much. So we are extremely excited to be offered the presentation. Upon your request, Trustee Odenwiller, we come to you with a couple of topics that we want to be able to talk to you about. And the purpose of the workshop, like we mentioned before, is to have that discussion, those questions about why we do our processes and what that looks like in our district, for your opportunity to ask us questions of how we do systems and how we can improve as we move forward. So this is just an overview of our topics. Wendy is going to be sharing with us about our district assessment schedules, looking at the state requirements, what those optional assessments are, and what is our local assessments that we use in CISD. Then joining us for the structured literacy curriculum component is our amazing literacy experts here to, what side is this? My right side, which is Dr. Henry and also Mr. Smith. And then Darren will close us out with our own ongoing curriculum evaluation. So not only for our reading curriculum, which is tonight, but what our processes are for evaluating those components for curriculum in CISD and how we evaluate the best practices that we teach our teachers and teacher administrators to help implement. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Wendy.
All right. I am pleased to be here this evening to give you just a broad overview of our district assessment program. You'll see that our assessments fall into really three categories. There are those that are state or federal requirements, those that are locally initiated, and then those that I like to fit into the category of other. They don't really have a broad category. So for the state requirements, there is the famous STAR test, the State Assessment of Academic Readiness. That test measures our success in teaching the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. We give that to all students in grades 3, 8, and then 5 high school subjects. Then there's the TELPAS test, or in other parts of the states they say TELPAS. The Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System, that test is designed to measure language acquisition of our English language learner students. It's only given to those emergent bilinguals in grades K-12 until they exit their emergent bilingual status. Then there are the language arts literacy assessments and the universal screeners. The K-2 literacy assessments are required by statute, but I like to think of the universal screeners as guilty by association. They do not have a specific statute that requires them, but they are part of our IDEA child find process, which is statutorily required. So I can't point to a specific Texas education code, but because they are part of our framework and process for identifying those students, and that is a requirement, they are guilty as charged as required. The early math assessments in K-2, and then also the universal screeners for math in 3-6, same thing, guilty by association. We also have a required dyslexia screener in grades K-1, and then our GT grade 2 COGAT screener, which we give to all grade 2 students, and the GT testing offered in grades K-8, which is not given to all those students, but those that are referred or requested for GT testing. So those all fall under the category of state requirements. They are also often federally required as well. Then there are other assessments that are requirements that don't really apply to all campuses. For example, the National Assessments of Education Progress, or NAEP. That is required by law. When we are randomly selected by the state, and we are always randomly selected by the state, we are required to give it. But that test is interesting because the NAEP people come in, they run an assessment, they randomly choose 50 students from that campus at a certain grade level. Typically we'll have between 4 and 8 campuses at a certain grade level chosen to give the NAEP test. We had 8 this year. Then there's the teacher incentive allotment pretest, which is only given in TIA schools at grade levels where they didn't have a prior STAR. So for example, 3rd grade math, they didn't have a 2nd grade math test. So they come in and they take a pre-test so that we can measure their growth for those TIA goals. The Texas Middle School Fluency Assessment is only given to 7th graders who didn't pass their 6th grade reading STAR. That is a one-on-one individual test between students and teachers. I'm told it takes about 15 minutes. So that's something I wanted to point out, is a lot of times we hear test and we're thinking a 40, 50 question 3-hour assessment. Those universal screeners, for example, in 7th grade takes 3 minutes. So I don't want us to think of this assessment as like a paper and pencil. We're doing a multiple choice with a Scantron. That's what we envision when we hear test. But sometimes an assessment is something one-on-one between the teacher, like the TMSFA. Then there are the optional assessments that we do as a service to our community or our students, like the SAT during the school day. The PSAT, which we offer in grades 8 through 11 on a school day, that's also serving as the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test for our 11th graders. The College Board AP testing that we offer in May, and then the TSIA test, which is required for students before they can enroll in dual credit, or if they don't have a TSI exemption, such as having a satisfactory SAT score or ACT score. So you can see that the bulk of everything we do in our assessment program is required by the state. And then we get to our local assessments that we have decided that these are part of our assessment program. For example, the quarterly assessments. These are cumulative. They're at the end of every quarter. Grades 3 through 6 have 3 of them for the first 3 quarters. After STAR, we don't give them a fourth quarter quarterly assessment, but grades 7 through 12 have also a fourth quarter quarterly assessment, often as part of their final exam. The thing to know about those is they're designed to help us know where we succeeded and failed in our curriculum in that quarter. They're not intended to be an additional assessment in the classroom, but rather a replacement assessment in the classroom. One fewer test for the teacher need to be in charge of creating themselves in their PLC teams. And then also we have a release STAR test that we are doing this year in place of the STAR interim assessments, which we had been doing. This helps our younger students build stamina for STAR. That was a real concern for our elementary principals. We need something to help the students understand what they'll be experiencing in April and May. And then it also helps us inform those spiral review and interventions as we get closer and closer to spring STAR. These are what the calendars look like on the district website, although I did color code them for this evening. Pink are all of the state required assessments. So this is a really great graphic to show you how many of the assessments we are giving are required by statute. Green is our local windows, other is yellow. Our elementary friends don't have those other assessments typically. Middle schools, same thing, the bulk of the assessments are those in pink, statutorily required. And then here's what it looks like at the high school. Are there any questions I can answer for you?
I have a couple questions. Can you tell just a little bit more about the NAEP testing? What time of year is that? You said it's randomly selected, but we're often randomly selected. Can you tell why that is? And are there results that are shown?
Sure. So let me try to handle those one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
The state comes in and tells us what day we will give the NAEP test. They choose the date for us. It's typically been in January, February, March. Although this year we had one campus selected for November. I've got 2 campuses still to come in later this year than usual, so they tell us when it will be. What was your second question?
And the second question was, oh gosh, now I forgot my second question.
Was it results that are shared, or how are we chosen? Those were it. How are we
the
chosen?
results available?
Okay. How are we chosen? So I also asked that question because we have one campus in particular that has been repeatedly chosen. Just in the 4 years I've been the coordinator of assessment, when I asked about it, what I was told is the demographics in Conroe schools make you a good choice. They're looking for diverse campuses for children from a variety of backgrounds. Conroe ISD is unique as a school district because we do have such a vast array of backgrounds in our students. So that's what I've told them. It's random, but Conroe ISD meets the specific criteria that they're pulling from in their random sample. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then results. We don't actually get results from it. It's part of the nation's report card. This test is from the federal government, and they put together at the end of it sort of like an academic progress of our nation, if that makes sense. They're also only choosing about 50 students per campus. So I go in and I tell them, here, all the 7th graders at Stockton Junior High, and they go in and pick 50 of them and only test those 50 students.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question, are parents notified that these children are selected when their student is selected?
I do not notify them. That goes as part of the campus notification, but I cannot speak for a 7th grade principal, but my assumption is, of course, they would be notifying the parents of, hey, your student will be taking this test that day. It's part of the process for any of the assessments. You know, whether the student is an emergent bilingual taking the TELPAS that day, every campus always lets the parents know, this is the day we're doing this test, your child is taking
permission
this.
requested for the student to participate?
So we're not allowed to say we are not giving these tests. They are required. So I've not had anyone protest the giving of that test, so I've not had to go back and ask the state, can you ask for a replacement student? That's not come up, but typically they select the 50 students, the students sit for the test. There's an interesting question that I'd be willing to go back and ask. If we had a parent refuse, would you just select it?
And did I hear you correctly when you said one particular campus was selected for or repeatedly?
Multiple times. I see the same names repeatedly. Conroe High School, I see a lot. Moorhead, I've seen multiple times. It tends to be the larger campuses with varied demographics.
So you would say those campuses are more diverse than, say, the Woodlands?
Well, I'm going to get myself into trouble talking about diversity because that's not my area of expertise. I can say that the student population at those campuses seem to fit the kinds of demographics that they're looking for when they pull their samples. Again, they assure me it is random, but they're randomly selecting campuses that are meeting criteria that they're looking for. They don't share those criteria with us all either.
They don't?
No, they just send me, here is your list of campuses.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. I talked to a board member from another district, and they instituted the MAP testing. Are you familiar with that? And can you tell us a little bit about that, and do we do anything that's like that?
Sure. We're actually going to talk about MAP a little bit later, but just to intro it now, MAP testing is a standardized, nationally normed test. It is very well respected in education communities because of its norming. What's different about MAP than STAR? STAR measures all students against specific performance objectives. So here's our stick, here's how you measure against it. What MAP does is it adjusts the test to find where the student is. So we actually have been piloting it at 6 campuses across the course this year. I can get on a soapbox about MAP testing because I
in a good way?
Yes. Okay. I feel like they're very well respected, and having studied it over the course of this year, the students enjoy the experience. The teachers get the most valuable data out of any assessment I've ever seen. Plus, also, it will give us the STAR projections that we need so that we don't need to do additional STAR benchmarking assessments.
Good info, thank you. Can't wait to hear more about it.
Other questions?
I appreciate you sharing this with us because honestly, one of the biggest complaints I hear from teachers is the testing. We're constantly testing, or let's just say a 7th grade campus somewhere. They're saying by the time I do my testing, I had 14 days. Now they may have been an AB campus, like schedule. I had 14 days to teach curriculum that grading period, and so to see this mapped out both ways that I got it, thank you very much. But to see it mapped out and to see the color coding at a quick glance makes it clearer. You were saying that you said local is which color? Sorry.
Local is green. So as a district, we only have the quarterly assessments, and we're doing a release STAR this February.
And those quarterly assessments, they started in 2021?
Well, yes and no. The quarterly assessments, this is our first year of quarterly summative, and they're not truly summative because it's not summative until we get to the end of the year, but quarterly and more summative in nature, they're cumulative. In 2021, we started doing what we were calling common formative assessments, where it was a district-provided assessment that was small in nature, 10 questions, designed to be a checkpoint in the middle of your unit to see where students were doing. Think more like quiz than test. This year we finally made the shift towards those more cumulative in nature because they gave us the kind of comparative data that principals and teachers want to see. We found that with common formative assessments, we called them CFAs around here, people were wanting to do comparisons. It's not appropriate to do a comparison campus to campus or teacher to teacher like that on formative assessments. And that's what was happening with it. So it was time to make this shift to an assessment that it was appropriate to make those kinds of curriculum judgments or campus comparisons that people were by nature wanting to make because they want to see where they fall against the standard.
And I remember hearing that the CFAs weren't allowed to be taken as a test grade. Are the summatives allowed to go in place of one of the major grades?
And the CFAs were also at campus discretion allowed to be a grade in the grade book. We've always left that to the campus discretion.
And they're every quarter?
First 3 quarters for grades 3 through 6, grades 7 and 8 get one at all 4 quarters. But at those secondary grade levels, quarter 2 and quarter 4, it's part of their semester exam.
And then where does MAP come in?
So our MAP pilot,
Because it's not reflected here.
right, because there are only 5 campuses. We will talk more about it later. So it's not part of the district assessment program.
Now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It did replace something else they were doing though, and Mark will talk about
Okay,
that.
I just was like, where is it in here?
Because it's just a small pilot.
Thank you.
Can I just ask another quick question regarding the summatives? Is it based off of release star questions, or where are the questions coming from for this?
Our content friends and instructional coaches are creating those. They're aligned to the complexity and the depth and the rigor of STAR, but not necessarily STAR questions, although sometimes.
In some cases, there's nothing harder than writing an English language arts test with a quality passage to be able to look at it the way that STAR assesses it. So in some cases we have used from past releases of STAR in this QA in, let's say, quarter 2, 1 STAR passage and some questions, or used a STAR passage and then rewrote the questions. So is it as an entirety? It is not, but I don't want to say that we don't use it at all, because there might be a case where we looked at data last year and said our 3rd grade math students as a whole as a district did not do great on that one question. So it looks almost exactly like the STAR question, because we want to see how we're doing with it when we've adjusted the curriculum and put a hyper focus on it. And you will see that especially in the areas that, as you begin to see our board monitoring goals, you're going to see that there are TEKs that are highlighted where we want to make sure that we're assessing it the way that we've shown in our data, maybe not so successful.
And then the STAR overall benchmark, and then of course the STAR, and then there's a 4th one you said that comes after the STAR?
Grades 7 and 8, as part of their semester exam, have some of those quarterly assessment questions. We consider our 4th quarter assessment. Realize that not every subject at high school in particular is assessed on a STAR test. So English 1, Algebra 1, Biology, US History, English 2, if I didn't say that, there are 5. We're giving quarterly assessments in lots of other core subjects, English 3, English 4, Government. So quarterly assessment is a catch-all term for that one district provided assessment that's cumulative at the end of the quarter. Quarter 4 for grades 7 through 12, because they take a 4th quarter end of year 2nd semester exam. Does that make sense?
Can I oh, sorry, go ahead, Dr.
I did want to speak just a little bit to President Odenweller's concern about where you hear possibly at a junior high that teachers have maybe additional tests. So it's very important to qualify that we move to quarterly assessments this school year. So last school year, or the years that Wendy was referring to that we implemented CFAs, when we released a CFA, we said this would be perfect to give within this window of the curriculum. So you receive your students, and depending where your students are, you assess, well, I'm going to have that at this part of the curriculum, which might be the first of the 10 days that we're going to work on this unit, or I might do it at the end. So sometimes our CFA, although we wrote it with this intent, every single campus and every set of students looks differently. So let's say per se that our CFA wasn't the only assessment they had to give. So sometimes it required for them to do a dipstick or exit ticket or additional assessments at their school. So our purpose of creating CFAs was to give the exemplar of the practice that is something you do as a campus. This is what we're going to teach. This is how we're going to assess it. So we moved away from that practice. We just wanted them to see what those exemplars look like and spent our energies on the quarterly assessments. So that means at the end of every Algebra 1, quarterly 1, when we implement our curriculum, and Ms. Carlisle will speak to this at her piece, this is where we are as a district. That's what monitors the curriculum. So there is some transition to have faith in the assessment that the district has created versus, well, I want to give my final exam versus the district exam. So, and remember, we're a big ship, like Dr. Knoll mentioned. So it takes time to grow that culture in all those Algebra 1. I'm just giving an example. I don't know, English 1, whatever it happens to be in the district to get there. So is it perfect? No. Can there be multiple assessments that are happening on a campus? Yes. However, what we expect as a district and locally say this is it, is what we're seeing here. Is it common term that a teacher might tell you, well, I have to give the district in mind? I would say that's part of our transition. Until it becomes that common practice, I don't want to disclaim any of those comments that have been shared with you because they might be real for some campuses.
On that note, oh darn it, I think I just lost it. I was going to say that the autonomy. When we're giving so much autonomy on our campuses, which I'm not trying to like hamstring them or anything, but when we're giving them so much autonomy to teach the information, then we give them a test. I'm assuming because they know what's going to be on that test, they're making sure in their autonomy that they're covering that subject. I mean, I don't mean to be so simplistic.
Do they get to see the test ahead of time?
Yes, they do. There's a schedule that's released, and Wendy,
I do. All of the assessments are released on a date known to teachers, and it's always ahead of the quarter because you got to begin with the end in mind. So here's their assessment. Let's build our lesson structure and our curriculum around the end in mind.
And I would say months before the quarter begins.
And I think that's important because while I have trust and faith in our teachers and that they're teaching, I don't think it's fair that all of a sudden they're going through because they have this autonomy that they're going through teaching curriculum and then they see the CFA or the quarterly assessment or whatever it is that's presented before them and they're like, oh, crumbiny, I was covering, something else. So, I just, to me, knowing where you're headed up front is important.
When the district transitioned to district provided first the CFAs and then the quarterly assessments, it was a district commitment to provide all of those in advance so that the teachers could see them and plan around them. That was a shift in culture from the prior district provided assessments, which were benchmarks. So it's all been part of a gradual shift to make sure that we're providing quality assessments that we can get quality data from to evaluate our instruction and our curriculum programs as well.
And we do provide, as part of our curriculum process, we provide a scope and sequence with teachers so that they understand what they should be teaching along the way too. So it's not there is some autonomy within the campus to make for them to make decisions, but they're given a broad overview and then the assessments are based on that. So it's not a hit and miss kind of thing.
So am I hearing correctly, or is this changing year after year, or is this something that we reach a steady point with our curriculum? Because it sounds like this is a new approach, but are we constantly changing our approach year after year, or do we reach a point where we're steady in our curriculum?
The goal would be that we get to a point where we are steady. But in order to get there, it's just like any good teacher looks at the students that they have and go, okay, where are we? And we assess where we need to start. The goal in mind for us was, to be quite frank, was we needed to move away from the benchmark culture that Ms. Tisdale is referring to. That is when the district created an assessment and it was a secret and we didn't release it until we gave it. Well, that didn't provide really good trust from what we're doing is our department's responsibilities to help grow the craft, and we're here to help support you. So we moved from there to saying before we get to quarterly assessments, we really need to see what you're doing, the temperature checks before the end of the 9 weeks. By the end of the 9 weeks, when the grade is posted, it's a little too late. So we wanted to make sure that practice was taught, which we did for 3 years, with the goal in mind to get to the QA piece, which is where we are today. So good practice with any assessment schedule for any district, any literature, whatever you see should be that we should have an end of the 9 weeks cumulative assessment to see where the children are. And at the end of the year, it's summative. So the district provides cumulative. And then campuses can provide what Dr. Young was referring to. Those assessments you give weekly, those assessments you give right about progress report time, that's commonly where CFAs are. So I would say that is the goal, is to have that set schedule. So it's been a progress of improvement. We take things very, very seriously about not changing things every year, right? That's not good practice, because then our teachers wouldn't have faith in us.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question about the dyslexia screening? For I see that they're screening in kindergarten and first grade. Is there any other opportunities for screening if a child were to come in after those grades?
Absolutely. So we screen for dyslexia anytime that we see a child struggling. We look at the literacy assessments that we do in K through 6, and if we see a child is struggling not on grade level, and we believe it's a phonics, a word level issue, then we absolutely will take that child and go to a special education testing for dyslexia. So just because we screen in kindergarten and first grade doesn't mean that we don't watch children from K through 12th grade. And we test children in all grade levels every day.
But this is a more comprehensive screen. Like, does every child get screened?
It's the state requirement
okay.
that kinder and first grade students get assessed so that we're looking for children early. So we get that intervention to them in a timely manner, so that they're not going through 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade before they are assessed, because at that point we've lost a lot of time with them in terms of teaching them to read.
And are there specific, like, specialists that are able to see if a child is struggling, or is it any teacher in any grade can assess where they're at?
Any teacher, so our K through 6 students have literacy testing at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. But it does not mean that in between those literacy assessment windows, that if a teacher can go to their MTSS, which is our multi-tiered systems of support, thank you. They can go to that team and say, I'm concerned about the student, I see these things are happening, this is the data I have, and then as a committee they can determine whether that child needs special education testing, which would include dyslexia, or if they just need a gap filled here or there, which would be more a response to intervention.
I have a question on that, and it may be too broad, and you can tell me that, and I'll say it fair enough. But quite often, dyslexic students are highly intelligent and very verbal, and are capable for a period of time of compensating
Absolutely.
for their losses. I'm speaking from a parent experience.
Absolutely.
So my question for you then is, what are we now able to have something in those assessments that help catch those types of students, or are those the ones that we don't find until later on when we've missed the K through 3 window?
So I think that so there are assessments that we give in grades 4 through 6. The quick phonics screener, for example, is an example of something that we would look at, and if the child is not performing where we believe they should be, that is definitely a red flag for the dyslexia to be considered. So we have that in place. For those pilot schools that are piloting maps, they also have a component that tests those components that we would see students struggle with that decoding part of reading. And so we are looking at that data to see if we can continue to improve what we see in our students who are not reading on grade level. I will tell you that we get better and better every year of testing and qualifying students with dyslexia. As of today, we are at 5,632 students, which is 7.7% of our population. 2 years ago, we were at 5%. So we have made a lot of growth in how we look at students and the testing that we do, but we are constantly looking at students and their struggles. whether it's a comprehension struggle, whether it's a decoding struggle, a fluency struggle, we have a better understanding of how to look at that testing, whether it's informal or more formal.
And given your background in the dyslexia area and curriculum in that area, the science of reading structured literacy programs would capture normally about 10% of those 20%, statistically speaking, of dyslexic students in being able to educate them without services, correct? That sounds about right. So yes. That's a huge reason for changing and making that, especially because those are generally the students that are the ones that I referred to. Highly intelligent, very verbal, able to compensate until a certain point when they can't any longer.
Absolutely.
And so if we've given them the tools early on, they will more than likely never need any services because they learned it.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
And I will tell you too, just as the other side of that discussion is that we are finding students that because of the change in House Bill and House Bill 3928, what that did was that allowed us to then also begin to qualify students who were not your higher, brighter students, who struggled and who may not have had that strong of cognitive abilities, but that we knew that they still had the ability to learn and the ability to learn to read. And so we are now able to bring them in under our dyslexia qualification, and now they're getting assistance as well with our dyslexia interventionists. So in my opinion, that is extremely beneficial for all of our students.
I just saw them pass you the remote, and it dawned on me, we haven't even started your part of the presentation, and we were asking you all the questions.
We started it over here. I figured it transitioned well. I was like, go to the next slide. We're right. We're in it. We're there. We're good.
I will answer any questions you have about dyslexia.
I know that we, as a group of individuals, this is critical to us. This whole thing, the outcomes, the understanding the curriculum, and there's some of us that have taught and there's some of us that haven't. So when you throw out acronyms, sometimes you might need to, I almost made you go back and define some things. And then Dr. Young did the same thing where she threw out the BOY and the MOI and the EOY, and not everyone knows what those mean, and you would think.
You're right.
So anyway, thank you. Anyway, go ahead.
I figured those out.
Well, that I understand, but you mentioned something a minute ago that was like, it wasn't, I don't even remember what it was, and I thought, I bet someone else isn't going to remember.
CFA, please tell me what that means. That is one question.
Chick-fil-A.
I
know. No, it actually stands for Common Formative Assessment.
Okay.
I have like two assessment jokes. I'm going to tell you one of them. Sometimes I get a call when there's a BOY test listed with someone asking me when the girl test is going to be.
Wow, that's a good one.
Because we forget sometimes that people don't all know the alphabet soup of education.
And there's a lot of it.
I only have one more assessment joke ever, so I'll save it for another time.
And Dr. Henry, I do want to say thank you. You have done a lot with all of the changes that have been coming from HB 3, HB 3928, your department, and not that others aren't, please don't get me wrong, but your department has really been slammed with a lot in the last, and we thank you and we thank your team, and we're here to keep propping you up and pushing you back into the ring, but we're going to try to get you more help. So.
Thank you. I really appreciate that very much, and I know that our dyslexia teachers throughout the district really appreciate that as well, so thank you.
I know Trustee May has met several of them, and I've been to the dyslexia night at the Jet Center, and been able to have them run through some of their lessons with me. I mean, they are amazing, and I love when they can tell me all the differences between Reading by Design and Take Flight and all of the different programs, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for that. All right, so as we move into the curriculum aspect, one of the buzzwords that's out there, phrases, is structured literacy. And so I wanted to talk just a minute about the origin of that term. It actually has dyslexia roots. So it actually began as a term that the International Dyslexia Association created to help create this umbrella term, that would encompass those Orton Gillingham kind of dyslexia programs. And so instead of saying NIHOUSE or Reading by Design or Esperanza or Take Flight, they created something that was a little bit more marketable. And so when you say structured literacy, you understand that in its origin that it was about dyslexia instruction. And so when you look at structured literacy more generally, it's an effective approach to teaching literacy, particularly for those students who struggle. But more importantly, what it does is it tells you the what, or the content, what to teach, and then how we teach it. And in my opinion, that method of instruction is extremely critical, because it tells us how to teach students, whether they're gifted or whether they're struggling, the best way to teach literacy. So I'm going to talk about the phonics piece, the dyslexia kind of pieces, and then Mr. Smith is going to talk about more of the comprehension side of that. So when I talked about the content, and again, just so that everyone understands what all the terminology is, I just wanted to take a moment to talk about content. So when you think about structured literacy in terms of word recognition, there are several different components. So phonology is all about hearing the language, hearing sounds, it starts at the very basics. How many words do you hear in a sentence? All the way to, in this word, what sounds do you hear in this word without print being in front of you? You could do it with your eyes closed. Sound symbol association is what a lot of us think back, of course y'all are younger than I am, but back in the olden days where we talked about phonics. It's that pure phonics. You have a sound, what letter goes with that sound. That's truly what that sound symbol association. Interestingly, in English, we have things like SH for sh. So it's not as transparent as some of your other languages, such as Spanish. So that sound symbol association for English is a little bit more complex than it would be for a more transparent language like Spanish. You have this many letters, you have this many sounds, and they match one to one. Then it moves into syllable instruction. And so most students who struggle in reading struggle with what we call multisyllabic words that have more than one syllable. And so what we do in this part of the content, syllable instruction, is about how to break a word up into syllables or chunks. So every syllable has one vowel sound. That's how we teach it to our students. And so syllable instruction helps students break those words up so that they see it in simpler pieces. Morphology is another content area. Morphology has to do with the meaning of words or word parts. So a morpheme is the smallest unit of meaning in a word. So PRE at the beginning of a word, it's a prefix. It has a certain meaning. So if I see PRE at the beginning of a word, then I know as a student who may be in science or biology, for example, oh, that's going to trigger this meaning for that part of the word. So it's critical that we have that morphology piece. Syntax has to do with the grammar of the language. Does your noun match your verb? Do the tenses match? So it's that again carries over, all of this carries over to writing, but that one in particular carries over very strongly to writing. And then you have semantics. Semantics is that comprehension piece. So I have this string of words that make a sentence. What does that mean? And so the content, those are the main pieces that structured literacy targets. I will tell you that the Dyslexia Handbook also adds orthography. Orthography has to do with spelling, the patterns you see in words to spell words. And then that's the content. And again, the methods of instruction, or the how we teach these content pieces, to me is the most critical. And I think that we have extremely strong teachers in our district who know how to do this. But we have new teachers that we still need to teach these processes to. And so systematic and cumulative, it's talking about a well-organized, systematic curriculum. So I'm not going to teach long vowels before I teach short vowels. So I start with this, then build onto that with this skill, and then you move through skills in a way that makes sense when you're learning the English language. It also is about the scope, obviously, like I said, the scope and sequence of how each element fits together. Explicit instruction means that I, as a teacher, am going to teach you something. We're going to practice it together, and then I'm going to watch you do it independently and guide you through that if you need assistance. So that is the structure of explicit instruction. It's an I do, we do together, and then you're going to try it on your own. Okay? And then finally, diagnostic testing, which is what I will go to my grave, begging for and hoping for. And if we do not have teachers that are not prescriptive and diagnostic in when they're working with children, I have a child doing this, I can't figure out what's going on. Let's look at some of the data that you have to figure it out. I went to a campus today and read with a student. The campus was struggling with this particular child. And so I gathered more data, I told them what I thought, and then we created a plan. And so that's where that diagnostic testing, that teaching comes in. And so we want to make sure that we're using data to teach our next step. And so those are the methods of instruction. The Dyslexia Handbook has a couple of others, including multisensory instruction, which means that you use as many senses as you can when you're teaching. A very simple example that I will tell teachers is you can have a child read silently, or and that's one sense, right? They're seeing it. Or you can have them whisper it out loud. Now they're speaking it, they're seeing it, they're now hearing it, and if they're putting a place marker at the beginning of each sentence, now they're touching it. So you can do 4 different sensory tactics for them in something as simple as whisper read this to yourself, or whisper read this to me, so that not only can I hear what you're saying, you also have those different modalities that you have to help you learn to read this particular word or pattern of words. So in that, when we look at those components, this is what it would look like in the classroom. So if I am doing initial phonics, I'm going to emphasize, here's the sound, here's the letter that matches, right? When I move to the attention to phonemic awareness, and believe it or not, I have seen junior high and high school students who struggle with that phonemic awareness. Here's the word splat. Can you say splat without the p? It would be slat. Students struggle with that, especially our readers who are not strong hearing those different sounds in the word. So you want to help them with blending and segmenting, and you have to teach it explicitly. Another thing is that coordination of decoding and spelling, or what we call encoding. So decoding means you're breaking a word up to figure out how to read that word. Encoding means now you're spelling it. Okay? And so when you cannot spell a word if you can't read the word. I mean, that's just a basic piece of knowledge. If you can't read the word, you're not going to have the ability to hear the sounds in the word to then spell the word. So what we try to do is when we are teaching a child to decode, say, A consonant E words, like cake, we teach them not only how to read that kind of pattern, but then also how to spell that kind of pattern. So they see that connection between the two. So you would expect to see that in a classroom. The delivery of instruction, again, to me, this is the most critical. It's teacher-led, it's explicit, it's systematic, but you're also giving students the opportunity to do it with you and then try it on their own with you there to support them. Types of text. So for a long time, decodable texts were like, don't do decodable text, right? For a long time, that was what the reading world said. Well, now we know that there's a lot of value in decodable text because it allows students to read text that they've already been taught the patterns of the words. So if I give a child a book that has a lot of long A words, and I haven't taught them any patterns of long A, then they're going to struggle with that because they haven't been taught it. Now, should they only read decodable text? No, because they need that access to good literature. However, they most definitely should have some decodable text available so that they can practice those skills that they need, that they've been taught. And then finally, teacher feedback to children's oral reading errors. And again, this is that prescriptive diagnostic teaching. Teachers have to know that when I see a child doing this, then I need to do this in my instruction to support that. And it's finding that it's not just about going through a curriculum, okay, today we're doing this, tomorrow we're doing this. You have to be able to say, okay, I taught this lesson, I have these 3 students that didn't do very well. Why didn't they do well? And then how can I fix that and help them? So to me, again, that delivery of instruction and that teacher feedback or whatever curriculum we have, those are the 2 pieces that we really need to make sure that our teachers understand and know how to do. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Good evening, everybody.
Can I ask a question just really quickly? So in regards to back on page 7, our page 7, I don't know if sure page 7.
Okay.
Structured literacy components, methods of instruction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you looked at any of this at all? Have you had a chance to look at it? And follow-up question is, if you have, do these 2 line up together?
So I'm going to be really honest with you.
Please.
I have looked at it very briefly.
Okay.
But I have not sat down and check-marked this and this. But that is obviously the intention.
Okay.
We're doing lots of dyslexia things right now, and so I just will be honest with you.
Yeah.
But that is definitely priority on the to-do list to start now that we're back from the holidays. Because I do want to make sure, and I trust Dr. Young and TEA that if it's there, it's there. But I would like to see it myself and see to what extent that content is taught. Because there's one thing to teach it very surface level, and there's another thing to teach it so that kids have the opportunity to have lots of practice, to have lots of repetitive, and that it's very cyclical. So I learned vowel consonant or A consonant E today. I'm going to learn I consonant E tomorrow, but I don't want to forget the A consonant E. So you want to make sure that it's scaffolded, but that it's also cumulative as you go through. That cyclical instruction is really the best, and that's how reading is taught. So does that answer your question?
Yes.
So I do have one funny to tell you.
Yes.
You know how you were talking about the say it, write it?
Yes, yes.
So my dyslexic child, we used to make her do her spelling words, and she was spelling the word knock. And she was so mad at me because I made her redo it because she wasn't saying it, writing it, spelling it,
Yeah.
that when you moved her paper, the word knock was carved into our table.
Oh, no.
That same child ended up with that table when she moved out.
No, I love it. I love
So
it.
she did end up refinishing the table.
I
But
love
it was
that.
very hard for her to remove the word knock out of the table.
That's too funny.
All right, well, Dr. Henry spoke about the origins of structured literacy, and so I'm going to take it from there. The term's been out in the world for a while, and no one's trademarked it. And for better or for worse, what happens when a term doesn't get trademarked is it becomes anyone's property, and they can define it any way they want, and the result is the definition's broadened. So whereas the origin of structured literacy is in the dyslexia intervention world, and it was originally intended as a marketing term, it now stands for a whole bunch of other things. And really, depending on where you look, it'll get defined somewhat differently. To the extent that there is a consensus around what structured literacy is, probably best represented in this graphic here. This is Scarborough's reading rope. Some of you have probably seen it, and if you haven't, I'll walk you through it. I know there's a lot of content vocabulary on there, so let's do this. Let's strip away the content vocabulary for a second and just get oriented to the visual. You can see that there are basically two strands there, interconnected. There's the orange stuff and there's the purple stuff. And a couple of things stand out to me. One is each strand, if you want to think of it that way, has substrands. So there are orange substrands, there are purple substrands. And then there's a bullet next to each one. Think of those bullets as like bundles of reading skills. Bundles of reading skills. So not one reading skill, but a related group. And ultimately, when Hollis Scarborough, who developed this visual about 25 years ago, was trying to communicate something, it was this. You have to have certain ingredients in place in your classroom in order to produce proficient readers. And these are the ingredients. These bullet points are essentially the things that you have to account for as a language arts teacher, regardless of grade level. You might also notice that the bullet points are all the same size. So it's not like one bullet point is more important than the other. What Scarborough was trying to articulate here is, in terms of proportionality, they all matter. And they all matter more or less to the same extent. And you can see how interconnected they become as you move from left to right. And so you see how they start to become literally intertwined. And what basically she's getting at there is the longer kids progress in their experience as readers and writers, the more these different bundles of skills become interconnected. So whereas you can maybe introduce them to some extent in isolation, meaning you can introduce it without necessarily connecting it to the other pieces, the more sophisticated the reader, the harder it is to do that. You have to connect the dots. Okay, so what are the dots? Let's start to populate this thing a little bit. The orange stuff is language comprehension. So structured literacy has broadened out well beyond phonics. It now includes a whole bunch of other stuff, and we'll talk about what that stuff is momentarily. The purple strands, that's word recognition. That is, for lack of a better word, decoding. So if you want to think of it this way, language comprehension is how you make meaning out of text. Word recognition is literally what it sounds like, looking at words and registering an understanding of them in your brain. You have to be able to do both things to be able to read well. Okay. The skills, the bundles of skills. Under language comprehension, I won't go through all of them, but I'll give you a general sense of what it includes. It includes things like an awareness of how language works. So when you look at a sentence, you understand that the noun usually comes before the verb, or that the adjective modifies a noun, that sort of thing. Now, most of us don't think consciously about that as we're reading because we're proficient readers. It's ingrained in our brains. It also includes things like verbal reasoning, which would be some of those classic literacy skills, like the ability to summarize what you just read, or the ability to infer, the ability to read between the lines, read at the level of suggestion, not what the writer is literally saying. What are they suggesting to me? And I could go on, but you see how we've gotten pretty far afield of the things that Sharon was talking about. And structured literacy now encompasses those things too. In terms of word recognition, it's the things she discussed. It's the oral language skills, the phonological awareness, so the ability to recognize language with your ears. And it's also phonics. Okay, so what are the implications of this broadening out of structured literacy? Well, what it means is it makes it easier for you to take a holistic view of what you're doing in the classroom. Whereas before, when you were talking about structured literacy, you were really talking about certain components of your day. The word study piece, the phonics piece. Now we're talking about everything we do. And there are rubrics that have been created to help us evaluate our teaching. And not only that, help us evaluate our resources. Okay, but before I get there, let me pause for a minute. I hope this is sort of like a conversation, and rather than you save your questions, shoot them at me. So before I move on to the evaluation piece, anything about this piece?
I do have one question. Do you consider, I know that we're not using Lucy Calkins as much anymore, it's more historical at this point, but would you consider Lucy Calkins structured literacy?
I would say Lucy Calkins' units of study are supplemental resources. So think back to what Dr. Young was talking about earlier. Mm-hmm. There's a difference between the kind of comprehensive resources that TEA is now selecting for HQIM mm-hmm. and what we used to use, which were more, for lack of a better word, niche-y. Mm-hmm. Serve certain purposes. I wouldn't say that Lucy Calkins hit all of these bullets here. She was niche-y.
Okay, so we've taken about 40% of our curriculum out, correct, with Lucy Calkins, so it represented 40%.
Yep.
And then the rest of that, the 60%, were other resources that we
right.
utilized
Yeah.
to fill in the blanks of what she was missing or what the curriculum was missing. Is that
Precisely
correct?
right.
To create a bigger picture of structured literacy.
Precisely.
Okay.
It's almost like a patchwork quilt.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what we had to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, when we say comprehensive resources, and she alluded to this earlier, they cover these things by virtue of being comprehensive. So if you make the HQIM list, the assumption is that resource will address to some extent each one of these bullets, but to greater or lesser degrees. Some resources are better at certain things than others. Good question. Yeah. What else?
Okay, I have one more question. Mm-hmm. So I love to get just to the bottom line. Like I said in the beginning of this, like we clearly blow away state rates, right? And we obviously pretty much always beat our peer districts, right? I acknowledge that. But I can't stop thinking about the 40% that are not reading on grade level.
Yep.
So I guess at the end of the day, for me, when we boil this all down, like how do we increase that? How do we improve that? And not by a little bit. Like how do we make good gains on that? Yeah. I know that was a big one. Sorry,
no.
I just threw it out there. I've been waiting all night to ask it.
We start with this conversation and we get our teachers what they need. So I'll let Mark continue.
And I'll
Are
add
you
to
saying
that.
that they don't have what they need right now?
Yes.
Okay, what don't they have?
So I'd like for Mark
That's
to
what
get
we're
through that
getting there?
because there's a
there.
sequence of
Okay,
what he's
sorry.
going to show you through our evaluation of our resources, where we were, where we are, where our gaps are.
Yeah. Anything else? These are good questions. I appreciate them. Okay. Let's talk about what you can do with this information. We know that this is what structured literacy encompasses. And we're at a place now where the term has been broadened out in its meaning for so long. We have tools that we have used and are actively using to evaluate not only the instruction, but the resources we use to support the instruction. I'll talk about two in particular. One was provided to us in a board workshop about a year and a half ago. Yeah, this is the Curriculum Evaluation Guidelines. Essentially what this resource is that graphic you just saw broken down into descriptors. So each one of those bullets, each one of those bundles of skills is represented in a section in language that allows you to walk into a classroom, watch instruction, watch the implementation of a resource, and make some determinations about where you are. It's a very handy resource because it's aligned to Scarborough's reading rope. It speaks a language that we're all familiar with. Yeah. So we've been using that for the last year and a half. More recently, TEA has produced a resource that's really more specific to resources, physical things, like the books that you use to teach with. And that is the RLA, and yes, I'm going to say it, ARBIS. It looks like it's pronounced RBIS, but it's pronounced like the food chain. ARBIS, Foundational Skills. Yeah. So what does this one do? It's not as comprehensive as the Curriculum Evaluation Guidelines by any means. It's more targeted. What TEA is doing with this resource, this rubric, that's not really a rubric, these bullet points, these descriptors, is giving you some points of emphasis, things to look for in physical resources that they want you to have a good understanding of. Using these two tools, we've learned quite a few things, and so I'm here to talk to you about what insights we've gained. But let me backtrack for a minute, because I think insight is always relative, right? It's insight in relation to what you used to know. So let's take a snapshot of where we were when we had that board workshop in February of 2023. Good memory. Yeah. In terms of our overall reading writing curriculum, 40% of it, as you alluded to, was covered by the units of study in reading and writing. The other 60% was written in-house for the exact reason you articulated. We had to account for those other bullet points and also some TEKs that weren't covered in the units of study. And in addition to that, we had a hodgepodge of board study resources. Not because we intended to. We never had a single lump sum of money that we could use to do a complete overhaul. And so what we ended up doing was going with the best thing that was on the market at any given time, and that led to 3 phonics resources and 1 phonological awareness resource. And I think we learned, we didn't even need a rubric to tell us this, but having lots of options can be a good thing, but it can also lead to chaos, and we were reaching the tipping point of chaos. That was February of 2023. So now looking at the rubrics and also making adjustments along the way. We didn't wait. We've started to do things. We are now at a place where we have what I like to think of as a kind of bridge curriculum. A curriculum to get us from the units of study to whatever comes next. We're not married to it. We've never been married to it. We just see it as, frankly, an opportunity for us to give teachers something of quality that covers 100% of the TEKs with the input of CISD educators. It's all written in-house, so teachers, coaches, administrators. And we're now down to 1 combined phonological awareness phonics resource, and that's Benchmark Phonics. And that was, if there was a single most momentous outcome of that February 6th board meeting, it was the adoption of Benchmark Phonics. It has changed the way that we not only think about phonics, but I think the way our kids think about word study as well. And you can just see that when you watch the instruction in action, if you have the honor of doing that. So what are our next steps?
Sorry, can I ask one quick question? how do you decide who develops the curriculum?
It's pretty democratic. Every campus has participated. We ask the campus coaches in each case to help us, and we also ask them to provide us teacher volunteers. So there isn't a single elementary or intermediate in this district that hasn't had a hand in developing it.
And you said 3 phonics and 1.
Phonological awareness.
Okay, and then when we adopted, June 20th of 23, we adopted the phonics program.
Right.
When did we adopt the other 2? Because we were told we were non-compliant, and that's why we had to do when we were needing the HB3, from HB3, we had 3 years to get a phonics program. When were the other 2 purchased?
Well, to comply with HB3, we purchased in June of 2023.
Benchmark.
Correct. The 3 resources that were prior to February 2023 no longer became used after June 2023. That was through the course of a decade of us trying to get resources out to our teachers.
Okay, and phonological one, when was that one purchased?
That would have been
2019.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it wasn't during
No.
us being here. Okay, I just was like, I don't remember that. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So next steps. One thing that we've already worked on is, and I think Scarborough has taught us the power in graphics. I don't know if you're like me, but the first time I saw Scarborough's reading rope, I was a little bit intimidated. But then as I walked through it, or actually had really smart people walk me through it, I appreciated the nuance of what she was trying to articulate in that thing. Because literacy is not simple. And so what we tried to strive for was something akin to what Scarborough accomplished, and we developed a new literacy framework, visual. This is hot off the press. And so let me give you just a cursory sense of what we were thinking about as we were gathering feedback for this thing to try to make it comprehensible. One is we were looking really carefully what the state is emphasizing. And through the reading academies, if you go through the reading academy and anything is imprinted on your brain, it would be the I do, we do, you do, gradual release of responsibility model. That is a fundamental way to teach kids not just reading and writing. We now increasingly hear that version of teaching incorporated into many lessons in math, science, and social studies. But it's central to what we do in language arts, so we wanted to make it central to our graphic. You see it there in the red, blue, and green. All of the lessons we teach, whole group, follow this basic format. So reading mini lessons, which is a best practice. Writing mini lessons, best practice. And then phonics. They all have a wide, I do, we do, you do format. I'll just highlight a couple of other things. The framework on the outside there, foundational literacy skills, etc. Those 4 arrows are all reflected in the RB's document that TEA provided us. And they view those as lenses through which you view instruction. And then finally, I like this visual. Up at the top, you see the arrows that are sort of flowing into and then out of reading, writing mini lesson, and then word study. What that's trying to demonstrate is like the reciprocal nature of these things. Which goes back to the fact that Scarborough's reading rope at some point becomes really interconnected, right? That's kind of what we're getting at there. Yeah.
You referred to it as lenses by which we view
Instruction.
Instruction.
Instruction. Yeah. That's how they presented it to us. Another thing that we've begun to work on, and conversation around this started 2 years ago, seriously ramped up last year, and now we are piloting full-fledged, is around assessment. Because as handy as a graphic is, there are some underlying things that drive good instruction that are really hard to present in a graphic, and one of those things would be diagnostic assessment. Diagnostic assessment positions the teacher as a decision maker in their classroom. If you think about those bullets we looked at earlier, right? They're all the same size. They're all proportionally of the same level of importance. But that's not true for every child. Right? Some kids are going to struggle in some of those areas more than others. If the science of reading, the body of research that is the science of reading, has taught us anything, you want to boil down the lessons we've learned to one thing, it's that kids don't progress in their path to becoming literate in predictable ways. We used to think that kids went through these fairly linear phases. They'd get good at one thing, and then they'd go on to the next thing. As recently as 30 years ago, that was the paradigm. What the science of reading has taught us is that's still largely true, but there are far more exceptions to that than we once grasped, which puts a premium on diagnostic assessment. Knowing your kids, knowing what their strengths are and what their areas of potential growth are. And MAP is top of the line in terms of helping our teachers pinpoint which of those bullet points, and specifically which skills within those bullet points, need to be targeted child by child. And it does it in a time frame that is significantly more teacher friendly than the assessments that have been on the market up until MAP hit the scene. We're talking a difference between 20 days of instruction, which is what we're currently looking at per window, BOY, MOY, EOY, to a couple of days. So MAP yields not only the gift of insight, instructional insight, but also the gift of time.
I'm sorry, could you reiterate that one more time, please?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but could you, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to process that.
So MAP is a diagnostic assessment,
Right.
just like the ones we're currently using.
No, I meant, I'm sorry, the time frame
frame?
thing.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I got the map part, I just
Yeah,
wanted to understand that.
Right now, in its typical testing window, we're putting about 20 days aside for instruction, for a combination of instruction and testing. Teachers don't shut down their classrooms during those 20 days and only test. So don't try not to get that picture in your head, and I don't want to leave you with that impression. But they have a 20-day window in which to complete their assessment. MAP makes it possible for them to complete their assessment in a matter of a couple of days.
I do want to just point out that that is a monolingual teacher.
Yeah.
A bilingual teacher has to assess in both languages. So that we tack on a week to that. So one of the reasons we wanted to do this was because think about a bilingual teacher. President Odenweiler alluded to our scores earlier. That's 9 weeks of instruction. Again, 9 weeks of instruction does not stop to test, but it is something we're going through. Mark said it's a matter of a week or days, depending on if you're monolingual. And think about the amount of time we'd get back to the instruction.
Yeah.
That is one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure that you know we're trying this, so when we do come forward to possibly have that conversation, we wanted to make you aware.
And can you tell us which 5 schools are piloting it?
Giesinger, Bush, Virtual, Bogle, Gordon Reed, and both Lamar, and Bogle and Lamar are bilingual schools as well. We chose these schools because they are not TIA schools, because we use our current literacy assessments to check out how teachers qualify with TIA. We did not want to mess up that process.
Mm-hmm.
However, this also is a plug with the TIA assessments that we use, where we use literacy. This would also assist with that in the understanding. So this is a win-win, not only in reading, not only, as you heard how passionate Wendy is about it, it's just something that was timely, and we were ready to pilot it. So once we get to that point, we do have information for you on what that would look like if we moved forward as a district with the purchase, because it is It is not cheap, it's costly.
I was going to say, can we say the unspoken thing? Because we're
Yes,
talking
Wendy.
about how great it is, and then
Wendy.
everybody's got to be sitting up here wondering, like, well, then why aren't we doing it? So
Wendy.
let's say why we're not doing it.
So in order to implement this district-wide in K-6 only, just single subject reading would be about $425,000 for the test itself in every year. If you add, they also have a math and a science component as well that many districts adopt. For all the subjects, K-6, it would be $636,000 annually.
In addition, or is that cumulative?
Cumulative. Right. So
600 and what?
636,000. That's on current Conroe ISD numbers. So, every year you add a student, you're adding an additional $15 for that student's test. But on current numbers, around $636,000 for K-6.
And I'm just going to ask the question, are any of our instructional materials and technology funds allotments allowed to be used for
It is
this?
IMA eligible.
Okay, and then, okay, I'll do my next calculation and then let you know.
Would this take the place of anything else? Like you said, it could possibly be helpful for TIA. So yes, we have that expense, but would we be able to remove expenses other places because of the MAP test?
Yes, we would. Do you want to add something to that, Dave?
I was just saying the literacy assessment.
Just the literacy assessments itself. So when we have to purchase, when we open new schools or when we grow allocations, the literacy assessments that we currently use are not cheap. I'm going to assume just a teacher kit that we put out there, which is a box of stuff, is probably about $300. So this is now an online test that does not require us to, and that is an expense we currently incur when we open a new school or when we grow allocations. So it does help in that respect.
Okay, two things came from that. One thing is you said it's an online test, so they take it online.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, for those students that accommodation-wise, is there the ability for paper administration?
I can speak to that. So it is an adaptive test. A paper test would be impossible. That's not the way this test works. But to speak to accommodations, because this was a hot topic when we considered it, accommodations are essential on a test like STAR because you're asking all students to take the same questions in the same format at the same time, and you use the accommodations as an on-ramp. It's about giving access to the test so that the disability doesn't get in the way. MAP isn't like that. It's a diagnostic. You're trying to find where students are, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and what level they're at. It is expected that every single student will only answer 50% of their particular MAP test questions correctly.
Okay, so it's more, like you were saying, diagnostic, not for an assessment of understanding for...
It is not a performance-based test where you're trying to...
The test, like how well you learned the content.
Correct. So it is diagnostic that way. Now, text-to-speech is an accommodation that is available. In fact, the test is read to all kindergarten and first grade students because it's appropriate to read it to all kindergarten and first grade students. Second grade and above, if they have an accommodation of oral administration, which is typically administered through text-to-speech, that is available to them. If there were other kinds of pencil and paper accommodations that they might have, like magnifiers or supplemental aids, those are decisions you have to make when you are deciding the terms of your diagnostic. What kinds of accommodations do you want them to have available? It's especially important if you use it as a TIA test because you have to make sure it's the same across the board at all campuses. So those are a lot of conversations to have. But we just have to remember that access to the test isn't a barrier with MAP the way it is with STAR.
Okay, and my next question that's not related to that is, how many approximately elementary K-6 students do we have?
I can tell you. So on average in any grade level, there are approximately 5,100 students. That is an average because strangely our lower grades are sitting more at 4,700. After about second grade, they're closer to 5,300. So I always just take 5,000 and multiply times the number of grade levels, and that gives you a pretty good estimate. So 5 times 7 would be 35,000. Actually, I have a number here, 36,800.
That's all right, it was close enough.
Yeah.
So you said it would replace literacy assessments. So I'm just going back to the schedule from the beginning. So which one is it replacing exactly on the assessment dates? Just so I understand.
So I think it could be any number of things. There are those required literacy assessments, and then the universal screeners. So it could take the place of our universal screeners. The M class, in some situations, like I am not the expert in all of the different content tests. I help organize them, but in terms of replacements, Mark can tell you specifically how we're piloting them to replace on our elementary campuses.
I'll name a few. I don't know if they'll mean anything to you, but BAS, M class, for the most part.
It's going to replace BAS?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. M class for the most part. There's one exception. Legally, we can't do the dyslexia screener in kindergarten without using M class. So we would still need to administer M class for that purpose.
But I heard you correctly, BAS. You're going to replace BAS. Wow, that's a big one, right?
Are these you're naming, are they on this list?
Yeah.
It's under the blanket of literacy assessments.
Benchmark assessment system.
Would you say that the MAP testing covers the diagnostic teaching that you were talking about? Do those correlate?
Yes, I believe it does, yes.
And so,
I've been impressed with it.
Yeah, I heard great feedback on it. I heard that the students enjoyed taking it because it pushed them. So it's even our master's students got better because they were pushed. So for me, STAR, we're always talking about, that middle of the road, let's just get them in the middle. Whereas the MAP testing sounds like it pushes all angles, right? So I like, logically speaking, it sounds like to me it would actually improve our scores. That's just,
Anything that gives us a more comprehensive sense of the child as a reader and writer in this case.
I thought we
is
just heard that MAPS didn't necessarily assess progress. It was just diagnostic to see where the child
MAP will assess growth over time for individual students. So the MAP testing suite you do at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. So it does assess the individual student's growth over time through diagnostics. So
it has to be given multiple times
throughout
to
the
do
year.
that.
as do the current schedule of literacy assessments. Because you're trying to always measure where's the student today, where are we at the middle of the year, and where are we at the end of the year. STAR does that, but it only does it at the end of the year to end of the year. So you can't actually tell if you made any progress with STAR until you get to the end of the year.
So what is BAS? Is that, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, it's a benchmark assessment system. If you picture Scarborough's reading row, it's better at measuring the stuff in orange at the top. A lot of comprehension skills get measured through BAS.
And we pay for that?
Yeah, it comes in a box. It's about $300, $350 per box.
We also pay for M class, which is required, we don't pay for it in K-1-2, but we felt that third grade was such an important year that we wanted to add the required M class in third grade. So we currently do pay for that out of INTA. So you did hear the experts on our panel say that in certain grade levels that could be replaced, so that would save that cost savings. And I think one thing, our presentation today is not necessarily about MAP, but I do want to make sure it's an opportunity to say if this is something that the board is interested, we can move forward with moving forward. One thing that is timely, as something that we discussed today, is TIA. So if we were to say this is something we wanted to move forward with, in order to do that, that application needs to be amended before May. So we would want to know your interest as one of our actionables as we move forward, so we could come back to you to, again, at a time to finalize us moving forward with that purchase.
Why would
I'm
TIA
interested.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask.
Why would that application need to be?
Because there's an application process for that. So in other words, if we say we're going to go MAP all next year, well, we need to make that decision in a timely manner, because currently our teachers are using our literacy assessments that we give. Again, why we did not choose the pilot campuses to be TIA campuses. So if we were to say we're going to do MAP next year, then that means we have to replace that on the TIA application. that has to be done before May. So the last thing we would want to do for our teachers is, let's go MAP, but hey, by the way, TIA campuses, now you have to give MAP and give literacy assessments. So it's just a timely caveat that, thank you from my friends in the audience reminded me of that I wanted to make sure that you did
So
know that.
Just to make sure, it's because we would have to revise our TIA application to not refer to this type of assessment for measurement for us to be able to
That is correct.
get the money for our
Correct.
teachers, but
just a
it's a
timeline.
different one. And so it's, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Well, and
Perfect.
that's going to come critical to adopting a curriculum. I mean, because adopting a new reading curriculum, quote, expense or whatever, and then having this expense, I'll come back to that thought
And that's
when
to
we
say
get
nothing
there.
of the learning curve.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, there's also the fact that we're going to have to train a whole bunch of teachers should we move forward with this on how to provide this diagnostic. Yeah.
I have one more MAP question. I'm sorry. I know we're getting stuck on MAP. Not the point of tonight. I understand that, but would teachers be able to utilize MAP data to tell them where maybe they have room for improvement or where their strengths and skills are as well?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reports that we can get out of MAP are beautiful and detailed, and will tell you information about your class, about your student, about your school, down to details about individual concepts and instructional connections that you could make to improve your curriculum in that area. Oh, and parent reports as well, detailed parent reports that you can make available to parents with all of those same details.
How long has MAP been around?
It's been a major player nationally for about 4 years.
Oh, that's not long.
But
Longer than that.
it's been around longer than that.
In my prior district, I know it was beginning to be used sometime around 2007.
Given that you're saying it's 4 years in this current form.
No, MAP testing in its current form
Has been around for a while.
has been around
Okay.
for a long while.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that with the way things change in curriculum and assessments, I'm just saying that this is now the leading resource since.
A lot of districts started implementing it with their TIA applications.
Exactly right.
That is, what I was thinking, it would make it a whole lot
That's right.
easier. I mean, my mind is going crazy on the TIA part because there's so many teachers that can't
It opened up
get
the
into
doors.
TIA
Yes.
possibilities because of the way we're having to do things.
It opened
And
up the
making sure
doors.
there's the fidelity in it.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. There are a lot of things that coalesced around the time of lockdown that made this more attractive, which is why its profile has been upped considerably over the last handful of years.
And don't you think that improving literacy scores, the data that we receive, is vital to be able to
Yeah, I mean, back to that thing that we learned about the science of reading. Not all kids progress to become proficient readers in a predictable way. So the teacher has to be positioned as an informed decision maker, and this just arms them with better information. Okay, next steps. We've learned a lot over the last couple of years, and I'll just try to communicate a couple of things to highlight. And I again have to credit this document, really just Scarborough's work in general, for helping us get some clarity around where we're at and where we need to go. One thing that we know we need to work on, both in terms of our selection of a physical resource and also the training of teachers to provide instruction in this area, is giving students access to what is called complex text. That term essentially means this: giving kids the ability to engage with text that is written at or above grade level. We provide that now, but the quality of complex texts that are provided with the HQIM resources, both of them, you can't put a price on that. And so that is one area, just having those physical resources that we can provide teachers so they can in turn use those with their kids. And then two, providing kids some of the background knowledge that they need in order to access these higher level texts. A lot of what has informed Amplify's work over the years, and remember Amplify is the foundation of Bluebonnet from a pedagogical standpoint, from the standpoint of how you teach. A lot of what informed Amplify's work is this idea that when kids have more background knowledge on a particular topic, they can read texts above and beyond what they are normally capable of reading. So for example, there was a famous study that was done in the mid-1980s. It was called the baseball study. And believe it or not, a group of researchers identified students who had strong background in baseball. They knew baseball terminology, they knew statistics, they spoke that language. Those kids could read a grade level and higher above what they could read normally if you put a baseball passage in front of them. So there is power in this. Now, it's not the be-all, end-all. You have to teach a lot of other things to get kids to be proficient readers. But we know this is an area we can take some additional steps in. And because TEA has begun to really put a focus on background knowledge, which is one of those bullets that we looked at Scarborough's reading rope, we know the resources that they were approving for HQIM purposes provide teachers that information so they can in turn provide it to the students. Okay, a few final bullets for me. In terms of a resource, here's what we're looking for. One, a resource that has the complex text ready to go. Two, we need to provide teachers instructional time somewhat above and beyond what we currently are to make use not only of these complex texts, but the teaching of the background knowledge that's needed in order for kids to access those higher level passages. And I think crucially, we've got to maintain the attention we're currently paying to all of those other aspects of Scarborough's rope. No one bullet's more important than any other. And so I'll just maybe close with this. I would hope in this process, the one that Dr. Upshaw will speak to tentatively later, the single biggest voice is that of the teachers. I would love to hear what they think they need. And I also believe that part of what they will find in resources is that some attend to some of those bullet points more strongly than others. And what we don't want is the pendulum to swing so far in the direction of background knowledge and complex texts that we forget about phonics. And we aren't so good anymore about teaching verbal reasoning and grammatical structure and all those other things that Scarborough told us we needed to be accountable for. So I'll leave you with that. Any questions for me?
When can we ask questions about Conroe created units of study? Is this now, or should we wait?
No, go ahead.
Wait? Okay. So what you sent to me today, is that what that is, Dr. Null? The Conroe created units of study? Is that correct?
Yes, the curriculum that we shared.
Okay,
yes.
okay. I haven't had time to read that yet.
Yeah.
I'm going to add that to my list of things to read.
Yep.
And then the Conroe created units of study, the reason I want to ask questions is it's, the way I understand it, it's a placeholder for us now, right?
Yeah, right.
And so we're looking at a timing, which I know we're going to talk about soon, but we're going to use it for another year potentially. And so it does count, right, where that is. And so are each of the lessons in Conroe created units of study aligned with the TEKS, and teachers can access that information kind of the way they can here?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Bluebonnet, at the top of every lesson, they list the TEKS that are covered.
Mm-hmm.
We do the equivalent of that in what we call our curriculum map, which is the document that has the scope and sequence, the pacing calendar, and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are all of the resources available now in Conroe created units? Like, so a teacher that's already in the middle of the year, like once they hit a certain place, are there places where it's not filled in, the blank's not filled in yet?
No, I mean, the only ones they don't have access yet to are for the fourth quarter. Those are still being worked on.
And when will, oh gosh, that's down to the wire.
It'll be
When will that be ready to go?
Matter of a week or two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're getting
okay.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, we have these release dates that we share with math, science, and social studies. We release all at the same time.
And what percentage of Conroe created units of study is Lucy Calkins? I know you don't have to change very much of a curriculum to be able to, you know, kind of call it your own. What percentage of it is still Lucy Calkins?
I would say what Lucy Calkins did was the mini lesson, but she's not unlike thousands of other resources out there. It shares that with her. But you could say the same of HMH and Pearson and Savas. Other than that, we basically wrote the lessons from scratch.
And have you had teacher feedback on the Conroe created units?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like ongoing feedback? You get ongoing feedback
Yeah,
from
we started writing the Conroe created units back in 2000. It was earlier than that, either 15. Because we knew that the units of study, the Lucy Calkins units of study, didn't cover all the TEKS. There were 4 spiral-bound units per grade level. And they covered primarily on the reading side the major genres, so informational, fiction, argumentative, and then there was usually a wild card genre they would throw in for the 4th book. But that left a whole lot of genres and TEKS, therefore, that weren't covered. So we saw a need to write these homegrown units. That's where it started.
Doesn't sound like a placeholder. It sounded like something you guys put a lot of work into to stay for a long time.
We put a lot of work into it, knowing that the units of study were going away, and we needed to provide teachers something, and it might as well be good.
So, could I ask a question, please? And for me, it's kind of an elephant in the room, but not maybe for everyone else. I mean, it's pretty apparent that I went back and I rewatched the workshop, the dyslexia workshop. I went back and I watched the June 20th meeting, and I also watched April and May because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss any discussion regarding this. And one of the things, I met with 3 of you regarding the curriculum for phonics, but one of the things I asked you, and I walked away from the workshop very frustrated, very upset. Not only for the way one of our invited guests was treated, not by y'all, but also because what she was sharing with us was discredited. And yet today, I'm hearing the fact that we were aware of this back in February, but when we asked, and in the presentation slides, it shows we were covering all of the science of reading, curriculum, standard, process, whatever, the same exact curriculum evaluation. This is what Dr. Peck gave me, and then I subsequently asked, are we covering all of these? I was told yes in that workshop.
Yeah.
But now we're being told no. And then moving forward, I specifically asked HMH into reading was on that phonics in that whole 5 that it was narrowed down to. I specifically asked in June, why not adopt something we already own some of? How much difference would it be? And we would have this science of reading, the structured literacy, the phonics, everything, all the bells and whistles in one thing. And I was told the difference in price was, now, money is money, but it was not a substantial amount more. We could have already had students working in this structured literacy for the last year. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little frustrated over it, but we could have had students working on it. And I was told, no, the teachers just want the benchmark. And then the board president at that time said, I'm going with what the teachers are asking for. And I am amazed that right now we are sitting here and being told we knew in February of 23, and we had the opportunity, instead of spending $3.7 million on just a phonics component, we had the opportunity to bring, even if it was until this year. I was also told at that time there wasn't going to be a change in curriculum, and I kept saying, I'm being told by SBOE and TEA we are, and it was shown to me that it was brought up in that meeting that it's not going to happen until then. And here we are. We could have spent a little bit more then and had a lot more for our teachers and our struggling readers. And now we're looking at the same curriculum. I just have to say, I have a 4-year term. I came in here and I told you on day one, Dr. Upshaw, in my orientation of onboarding me as a trustee, I told you I'm not going to just sit. I'm going to push, because curriculum and instruction was, as an educator, a place where I was concerned about our struggling readers and about our readers. And I was trying so hard to be respectful, because I know this is y'all's life work. I know you eat, sleep, drink, and breathe it, and you also want the same thing. But as someone that had stepped away from the classroom for a while, I could see something's not adding up. And I'm very frustrated now that knowing that the curriculum HMH into reading could have been put on every campus in every classroom for a slight bit difference than what we spent on one component, and we would have had it available.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow. Are you saying that in the past we have looked at this curriculum and decided not to use it, so now we're looking at it again and deciding to use it?
Well, in the past, we were told, they're now telling us we had gaps and holes. But now they're telling us now that they had them. But back then, when I was raising these alarms and these concerns, we were told we didn't. So when we were adopting the curriculum for phonics compliancy, one of the content, or one of the 5 narrowed down subject or instructional materials that was narrowed down to was HMH into reading. And so I asked Dr. Upshaw and the team, or whomever was involved in it at that time, why not go ahead and bring in the science of reading curriculum with all its bells and whistles that's been in the 5 choices, and spend a little bit more than just the $3.7 million. And it would have helped all our struggling, not all of them, but 90% is what we were saying, 90% with that one change. And instead we adopted to buy one $3.7 million component for phonics, instead of just going with every teacher getting HMH into reading at that time, which would have covered that.
What we're talking about now would fix that at this point, right?
Yes, but now we're going to have to buy something or adopt Bluebonnet.
Okay.
So there's one thing that I'd like to add to clarify to where we were in February of 2023 and where we are now. So when things are put into legislation and when they're translated by TEA and then given to us to be able to then put, let's per se, our marching orders, that's when we know what that process is going to look like. At the process that we came to you in June 2023, one of the things that we were waiting for, based on our workshop on February of 2023, was we knew that we had to do better at phonics. And that is something that we did discuss in February at that workshop. We were waiting on a commissioner list. That commissioner list was released on March the 30th of 2023. I want to just clarify for ourselves in here and everybody in the audience, we'd waited a while for that commissioner's list. I'm going to say probably about over 16 months. So then after that, the IMRA process, which is the process that is this new rubric that alludes to the high quality instructional materials, that did not come into play until November of 2023. So at the time, what we were evaluating our curriculum with did not include the IMRA process rubric. That IMRA process rubric came out on November 2023. The RB's process that you've seen that Mark talked to you about, so what was shared with us on February 2023 was the evaluation rubric that we were asked to look for structured literacy. And then also, we then have what's called the IMRA process in November 2023. And then here most recently, as of last semester, we had the educational Region Center, Region 6, come train us on what's called ARBIs, because we don't receive that instruction. It's not something that's given, even though we're the 7th largest district in the state of Texas, we have to rely on our Region Service Center to come train us on. That is now an extension of the IMRA process. So that was training they received, and then they came to train us November of 2024. So based on those things, then we're now able to say, well, hold on a second. You know, we have been able to say, we wrote knowing that we had to get better. So whether it was the units or whether it was something we were going to write, which we did meet with you, President Olenwetter, and tell you that was our goal, right? There was a few of us that sat with you for some time to show you, look, this is where we're going to head to. This is our goal, is to write these units.
Right.
Something different has happened between now and then. With the release of the State Board of Education materials, it just was released in November of 2024, and House Bill 1605 that offers more money, we now have a bucket of money that we would have never had, that we had before. We wouldn't have had it. So, because when we would get funded, is it every year, every 8 years we get funded, just like we went through in science, and we get funded with a certain amount, right? So now it's a different conversation. So I want to make sure that we understand that although there's information that was going that this would happen, we don't receive our information on what that will look like.
Was
as a district.
HMH, Benchmark, and the other 3, those were all on the list? All 5 of them were on the list for approval by TEA.
It is my understanding that 3rd grade, if I can remember, I do not have this in front of me, but there was 1 grade level that was not approved. I'm not sure if it was HMH 3rd grade, but, and Wendy's actually going to look at the presentation just to make sure that we speak our facts, is that...
And I don't have it in front of me.
Is that we wanted something that was comprehensive through all grade levels, and HMH was approved through a certain grade. And it didn't have a certain grade component. Another thing that I just want to put out there, our current process involves a lot of teacher input. HMH was not the teacher's choice, right? It was actually number 3, I think. I mean, I don't want to... Yeah. So that's just information. But as we move forward, I respect your feedback. I respect your thought process. What we can do move forward is be a team here with you to do better.
But back to what I was saying, 3.7 million for just a component of phonetics, of phonics.
Right.
And we still could have had a better sound program for a little bit more. And would have captured and helped Dr. Henry's teams with the younger ones and so on and so forth. It's just very frustrating. And then, well, I don't want to get to that point until we get to it in this, so I'll just stop.
Actually, let's go back to it. For HMH was compliant for kindergarten.
Through 3rd.
It was kindergarten through 3rd.
Yeah.
And this is the one that we have?
Yeah, HMH.
Okay, yes it was, my apologies. It was the other HMH product that wasn't.
And I am only pushing this because it is so important, and we have to be very careful and judicious with the money, and with the money being available and the unlocking, we had to spend that money no matter what. We all were buying and approving $3.7 million on a curriculum that we were taking from some allotment money and moving from different places and doing all those things that I recall from what we were coming up with the funding on it. So the point was, regardless of it unlocking new money, we were spending it anyway.
May I?
Yes.
I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Upshaw said about the teacher feedback, because here's the hard part about instructional materials. I'm only recently, the last few years, in charge of instructional materials, but I was often in my teaching career on the Instructional Materials Adoption Committee. And one of the things I'll share is that when you don't have teacher buy-in, it doesn't matter how many millions of dollars you spend, within a year, 2, 3, everybody's saying, we don't have a textbook, we hate that textbook, we don't want to use that textbook. So the most important part of spending your money is spending it in a way that the teachers believe in the resource and want to use it. And I think that's one of the things that's really great about our process, is that it is almost entirely dependent on the teacher feedback. The teachers look at the resources, send in their evaluations. If the teachers overwhelmingly say, we don't think this meets our needs, we don't want it, they're not going to use it. And my fear is always us spending money on resources that the teachers don't use. So I think that's also something to consider. It's hard though, right? I hear you and I feel what you're saying. It's hard to say we could have done this, but I think moving forward, one of the crucial pieces of my role, because my role has developed over time in instructional materials, I feel like there's been a gradual release of responsibility to me here in terms of instructional materials coordination, is making sure that our evaluation process is truly getting us the feedback that we need, making sure we're getting the best, what's the phrase they use in best value for the district? That's what our finance friends would do. What is the best value for the district? What's going to get us the most bang for our buck? But for me, my concern is making sure it's in the hands of the teachers and the students and it's actually being used. Because my name ends up being on the form that says we have materials that meet 100% of the TEKS and all students and teachers have access to them. So I would hate for us to spend $5 million on a material that within a year teachers are going to say, who picked this? We don't like it, we're not going to use it.
But we knew at that time, we knew it was coming, a change was coming. Following HB3 and then into 1605, we knew curriculum was coming. So we were doing a patchwork anyway. We're doing a patchwork with units of study. So if it was for 1 year, but it was sound curriculum and we said, hang on, we're going to get this taken care of, ride this with us, we trust and believe in you and what you can do. It was 1.5 years, but now if you're telling us we're going to take another year to make another decision on more curriculum, we've already missed those third graders. We've missed those struggling readers and the challenges that they're facing in learning to read by the age of 8. And they'll always be struggling readers.
We're getting a little far afield talking about HMH, but I'll just say that, you know, there are reasons why the teachers didn't prefer it among the 5 options for phonics.
It put you in a tough place, right? Because you had surveys and feedback from teachers.
And the community.
It did.
Yeah, and, you know, there's a reason why HMH chose not to be part of this round of HQIM eval. I'll just be honest, they feel like they wouldn't have met the rubric criteria. So they're not as aligned to the full-fledged structured literacy that we're talking about here as one would like.
President Odenweiler, if I can, I don't know if this makes you feel any better, but I will say I talked to a few teachers and they are using the phonics curriculum every day.
I have as well, and thank you.
Yes, so I also see the phonics curriculum used in my son's class, and I see him developing with it. So
Yeah,
and I'll
okay.
second that phonics part.
Yeah, and I will say that, you know, for whatever happened back then, benchmark phonics has made a difference in our students. So in my opinion, from a dyslexia standpoint, from a special education standpoint, it was not a waste of money. I think it is an excellent resource for teaching students that decoding and phonemic awareness aspect. So I hear exactly what you're saying. I remember those meetings, but I will also say that it has done its job.
We see it in the testing. That was me. Yes, we do. We see it in the literacy testing that they do much higher than it has been in the past.
Sarah, slide 33. So of course, we know that benchmark phonics isn't a comprehensive curriculum. It focuses on phonological awareness and phonics. And our primary diagnostic for phonological awareness and phonics for the vast majority of campuses still is M-class.
You don't have this one printed. This was a hidden slide.
Yeah, it was a hidden slide.
This
weren't-
was the just in case slide.
M-Class just shared our BOY data with us compared to the state and the country as a whole. And for the first time in the 5 years, I guess this is our 6th year using M-Class, in terms of our percentages, we are either at or exceeding the state and the country in every grade level, in every area. That's never been the case before. And just to orient you to this, you want higher percentages with the green and blue and lower percentages with the red and yellow. So we had the strongest performance in these areas this past September, October than we've had since we've been using M-Class going back 5.5 years. I think that speaks to some extent to the power of the resource.
Can you maybe break it down?
Yeah.
The green and blue.
Yeah.
We want higher, you said?
Higher percentages. You want more kids reading in those areas.
Yeah, because those are low. Those percentages are low, considering at district, national, and in Texas.
Agreed.
I think
agreed.
That is terrible.
Yeah, I think this would be a case where I would use an and statement.
That's, yeah.
Sorry, my background is in mathematics, and if I am reading this chart correctly, correct me if I'm wrong,
You add them together.
you add them together.
you
So
do.
that 20% in green
I
plus
really don't like
26% in blue, 53% of our students are at or above the benchmark level. Would we like to see more than half?
That's still terrible.
Yes, but well,
I mean, that's almost half.
always we would want it to be better, but you have to remember that all data is going to follow a normal distribution. So there will.
Can you say that again?
Yes. All data is going to follow a quality data done with valid assessments is going to follow a normal distribution. Depending on what your benchmark is, you're going to have your middle be at the 50% mark, right? So yes, we want to get as many students as possible at benchmark or above, but you're always, I mean, the disturbing here thing is not the number that are at benchmark or above, but the 33% in the state of Texas well below
Agreed.
the benchmark.
I mean, I wasn't even looking at that.
But
yes, we can
that's
go
actually
there.
where the focus needs to be, is you want that tail end of the students below your benchmark to be a very small tail. Right now, that tail is too large. The positive information there is that in Conroe ISD, it's 26%, as opposed to what we're looking at the state at 33%.
That's a
And
quarter.
did you say this is an improvement from last year? Do we have a comparison?
Yeah, we'll give that to you.
Great.
Yeah, I think the point that she's making is, if you go back to statistics class and natural distribution, it will be impossible. Never will everyone pass the STAR test. Everybody could get 15 more questions right next year. The whole world could get 15 questions right next year, more than they got on last year's test. Our percentage of meets will be exactly the same, because they move the bar based on performance.
Precisely.
With the point being, the natural distribution, most people are directly in the middle. So 50% is the mark. That they're going to always move it. So if everybody scores higher, they'll just move the 50% mark. So these percentages will never change.
But the weight that test carries is what is troubling. That test is used for so many decisions, and we look at this data throughout the year for so many things.
Right, but that's why it's important that you always have to use comparative data when you're looking at, because they score it using comparative data. It's nationally normed tests. So the only way you can truly gauge yourself is to compare it with someone else. That's the only way. So that's why you will see us compare ourselves to the state or compare ourselves to peer districts, because to have a 100% passing is not only unattainable, it's mathematically impossible. They will not allow it. They will just move the line on us. That's the way natural distribution works. So yes, we could say, I wish we didn't have any kids below the benchmark. We will always have kids below the benchmark. They'll just move the benchmark.
Sure, I think the more we look at this, the more disheartening it is that we're constantly looking at what seems to be low performance and considering that the standard.
I guess okay, except you have a chart in front of you that we outdo our peer districts, we outdo the state. Here we outdo the state, we outdo the nation. So as an educator, I take offense to the comment that all we look at is low performance. I think we are an extremely high performing district and we wish that every kid could grow more and do better. But I'm struggling to sit here and hear conversations about our extremely poor performance when we are absolutely, in every metric that we can look at, one of the highest performing districts in the state of Texas because we have outstanding teachers.
I agree. We have outstanding teachers. I just, overall, in general, speaking Texas, nationwide, I wish the numbers were higher.
I think just looking at the scores, I think looking at growth over time and our progress is really the thing that we want to be focused on, not so much the percentages, but whether we've grown as a district. So
Yeah, you not only compare yourself to the state or the country, you compare yourself to yourself over a period of time.
We've had a lot of discussion about this. Can we put a nice little bow and say, what exactly do you need? So if we go back to the next steps, what is missing? We see the data is, comparatively better.
Yeah.
How can we progress?
Yep.
What is the next step? And I see you're wanting more quality, complex text options and increased instructional time allotment.
Yep. And we have right now 2 resources approved on the HQIM list that provide that first bullet point. So we have 2 viable options for that.
So Savas or Bluebonnet could cover the first bullet.
Correct.
Okay, what about the other 2 bullets?
Second bullet, depending on the resource we adopt, we can take care of. It's just a matter of how much time. Having evaluated both resources, Bluebonnet and Savas, Bluebonnet requires significantly more time for complex text than Savas does. But either way, we would make the adjustment. Does that make sense?
And would having the maps, that would also
It would help.
with bullet number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
It would free up more time.
Okay.
3 is where I think we really need our teachers to help us. Because what that would help us do is see holistically which resource does the best job of covering all 8 of those bullet points on Scarborough's reading rope and covers them relatively well. We're never going to have a comprehensive resource that covers all of them at the same level. Reading and writing, too complex. So every comprehensive resource is going to have some deficits, some areas in which it's stronger and some in which it's weaker. I want to know what the teachers feel on that front as they give a good, solid, attentive, evaluative look at these 2 options. And any future options, by the way, that come down the pipeline, because HQIM, as you're probably aware, it's an annual evaluation. Next year, a lot of the big box publishers like HMH probably will participate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we ready to move on to the next?
I just
We have a
want to
lot.
clarify, though, that I've said over and over tonight that we are consistently above the state, consistently above our peers. I have praised. So I am not digging teachers at all. So I actually want to make sure that we don't make that turn, because that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, where can we go next?
Yeah.
Right? What more? Because when I look at percentages, I'm looking at students. That's how I think about it. Maybe I'm incorrect and you can correct me on that. But I just want to clarify, I am not digging teachers. I respect teachers. I think they've done a fantastic job. We are a great district. I tried to really lay that out. So
You've
I
been
just
very
want to
clear
make
about
sure.
that.
Okay, I just want to make
think you
sure, because this
Right, and I
is
didn't
taking a
mean
little
for
bit
it
of
to
a
take that
turn.
turn either.
And
So
absolutely, thank
I
you.
appreciate
Okay.
that, Nicole.
Okay.
I'm next, and I have some really good news and kind of bad news. The bad news is this massive presentation is not ended yet. And the good news is, though, Dr. Upshaw and I could really geek out on curriculum evaluation. I'm going to run you through this piece really fast, so we're going to get through it really fast. But the reason why we felt like it was important for us to bring this information to you all is because y'all had a great question about how do we evaluate our processes with curriculum. It is a great question. Dr. Upshaw and I had that question about 3 years ago. We started asking, how can we get better? How can we make our programs and align them better? Because that is the mindset and the culture that we have here in Conroe ISD. We're open, we have a growth mindset, and we are willing to look at our practices, and if we have to make changes to them to ensure that our students are thriving, then that's our primary focus. So with that, I'm going to talk to you about what you probably will hear another acronym, CMAT. It stands for Curriculum Management Audit Training. And what that is a very comprehensive framework or system, if you will, for auditing curriculum. It is incredibly massive. It doesn't just look at what we do in science, social studies, math. It looks at every curriculum. So CTE, fine arts, PE. It also looks at our infrastructure. How are our buildings set up to ensure that students can thrive and can receive curriculum? So it looks at every component. I'm going to highlight 5, and I'm just going to hit the highlights. This was a 3-day training that we went through, and the reason we went through this training is because we looked at and had lots of discussions about having an external audit done. The issue with that, the barrier to that, was the price. It was looking at like a $5,000 or $500,000 price tag. And so we had the idea, what if we bring them to us and we go through the training and we set ourselves up as our own auditors, and we learn how to go through the process. The price tag on that was $20,000. So you could see that's a huge difference. And it also set up a lot of our people on our team with the knowledge and expertise to be able to conduct a really comprehensive curriculum audit. So we had a team not just within curriculum. Obviously, we had all of our players in curriculum, all of the content areas, but we also had special ed go through this with us, fine arts, curriculum, career and technology education, student support services, just to name a few. So one of the identified focus areas that the audit yielded were that we needed a unified curriculum map. So what does that mean? You heard my colleagues talk about scope and sequence and pacing, and that our teachers needed something beyond just a list of TEKS. They needed to know, what is the pacing of those TEKS? And also, they needed to have lesson exemplars. They needed to have formative assessments. You also heard Dr. Young talk about those formative assessments. Those are those non-test assessments, like paper pencil tests. Those are those observations that we're doing in the classroom. In elementary classrooms, you might see it as a thumbs up, thumbs down. It's a really quick way for me to gauge and check understanding with our students. So making sure that all of our curriculums had those resources for teachers. It wasn't just simply a list of TEKS. And I will tell you that of the areas that we identified, that was probably the one that was the most disjointed. Every content area had their thing, but it wasn't aligned. K-12 and math was using one thing and science was using another. So as a principal, can you imagine how hard it would be to monitor curriculum and going into a classroom and having a completely different document and a completely different layout? So we really felt that that was going to be a lot of the focus of the work. We found that we needed a unified approach to effective vocabulary instruction, much for the reasons that Mark and Sharon have shared with you. You saw how important vocabulary instruction is for literacy development. So that was a big area. That has been a big focus this year, which is year 3 of our implementation of the CMAT system. Lesson exemplars, which I've already talked about, and then finally the identification of priority standards. Priority standards are those standards that carry a little bit more weight. So we know that as teachers, they have to teach all of the TEKS. But we would all agree that there are some TEKS that are weighted more heavily than others. We sometimes refer to them as high leverage TEKS, and that is because kids are going to see them a lot throughout their educational trajectory. So a great example of that would be inferring. We start to infer with kids in pre-K, but they're inferring in 12th grade English 4. So it's a skill that builds from year to year to year in complexity. So it is a high leverage priority TEKS. We're going to give more emphasis and more weight to those TEKS. Those are emphasized now in our curriculum maps, whereas before they were not. Teachers kind of had to figure that out on their own, right? So there are 5 critical components that we looked at. I'm not going to go through all of these bullets with you. I'm just going to pick out the ones that are the important highlights. So the very first one is curriculum design and development. We looked at that. And one of the big pieces here is the alignment of our mission and vision. And you're going to see a lot of that, particularly the learning outcomes, as you're looking at our boardograms and you're seeing the connections with our district improvement plan and our campus improvement plan. How are we monitoring that we're meeting the targets that we've set up for ourselves? So that was a big piece under the curriculum alignment piece. And then also that flexibility and accessibility. I think we heard Dr. Young talk a lot about that today, and some of the questions that you all had of her is that are teachers able to put their own spin on curriculum and still kind of follow a unified curriculum across a grade level? And so we know that it is important for us to give teachers that autonomy to give their personal spin to the lessons that they're preparing. The next component that we looked at within this piece were the curriculum maps. This was our focus for year 1. Everyone in Conroe ISD, every curriculum has this exact template. It has a year at a glance where teachers can very easily see all of the units that they are going to teach in whatever subject that is, be it PE, fine arts. All of our courses have a curriculum map now, and we are really proud of that because that is something that we worked hard to get to, but that was a big deficiency that we found as a result of our audit. They see the year at a glance. And then we have a unit plan, and the unit plan follows this template. It has the priority standards highlighted in yellow, so every single teacher could very easily see these are the high leverage TEKS that I really need to emphasize. They're important. And then it also has lesson examples. It has exemplars. And I will say, this is a work in progress. It is a living document. There will be some unit plans that you'll go in there and there might be just one formative assessment. We're working to grow those every year. We have groups of teachers that come together, instructional coaches that help us to grow those resources that are there. It also has vocabulary, and it has vocabulary split into 2 words that they have to explicitly teach, and words that are going to be learned through incidental learning. And incidental learning means that I'm going to expose kids to them, but I'm not necessarily going to explicitly teach them. They're going to learn them through the various exposures that I'm going to give them to those words in the classroom. So here's some other pieces. It has a piece on assessment. There might be some formative assessments there. There might be some question samples that they can use for their common formative assessments that they're building in the buildings themselves. So a lot of work has gone into those curriculum maps. The second component that we looked at was the curriculum implementation. And on this one, I will highlight professional development, because as you've heard tonight, we can give teachers a myriad of resources, but if we don't teach them how to use it well, how to implement it with fidelity, and not just our teachers, but also our campus administrators, so that they're well versed and rounded in what instruction should look like when they come in, so that they can hold teachers accountable for doing the work. So I think that professional development is a big one there. And then support services and resources. Obviously, if teachers don't have the resources, that has been the hot topic and the big discussion here. They can't do what we're asking them to do. So that is critical. The support services piece is something that I do want to highlight that I was very proud of our district with. We do a great job of coordinating and working together amongst different departments. And the best example that I can give you with this is, as you know, kids can't thrive in a classroom when there is no management. Content is not going to be learned when teachers can't manage behavior and have an environment that is robust in preparation for the learning. And so a lot of times when we go in to support teachers, that is what we find is really the critical issue, is not that they don't have the resource or that they don't know what they're supposed to be teaching or how the pedagogical piece of it. It's the management piece. And so we work very closely with our student support services department to ensure that they have access to quality instructional resources to help them manage their classrooms.
Are you talking about behavioral issues primarily in the classroom?
Some behavioral issues, but I'm also talking about just classroom setup and routines and management, ensuring that there's a healthy routine so that students can thrive with learning. But yes, behavior is a part of that. And our MTSS process is a part of that. Obviously, we have to measure if our students are learning and growing, and if they're not, how are we intervening and how are we monitoring that? And so that is a big piece of being able to collaborate and work well across the various departments. The next component that we looked at was assessment and evaluation. And I'm not really going to harp on this one a lot because we've talked a lot about assessment. I think you guys hit a lot of the big pieces that are on here. The main thing with this one that I feel like we need to do a better job and grow in is feedback mechanisms for our students. The campuses that are thriving a lot with kids is they've implemented feedback for kids. So not just how do I as a teacher give feedback to students, but how do students track that feedback and monitor their own progress? And that is something that we can do as early as pre-K all the way through 12th grade, where students have learning objectives, learning goals, and they're monitoring their progress and receiving feedback on how they're doing that. So that is one area that we really want to beef up and want to make an area of focus as a result of our audit in that component. Curriculum review and continuous improvement. I think the biggest piece here to highlight is really stakeholder involvement. I think I've heard many of you guys tonight talk about the importance of having our teachers be involved. And I think we do a good job of involving our teachers. Where I think we need to do a better job is involving you all in helping us make these decisions and involving our community, our students, and our parents. And so I think that that is a big piece that we want to beef up in this area of stakeholder improvement. And then finally, the last piece is program management and administration. And for us, the thing that really stuck out here, again, interdisciplinary collaboration, I feel like we do an exceptional job with that. We can always do better, but that is an area to highlight that we're doing really well in. Leadership and accountability is another one to really highlight here. And that is, what is the role of the academic leadership in overseeing the curriculum? And so how are we working with our instructional leaders in each building, which are our principals, to ensure that they are monitoring instruction and holding people accountable for the fidelity of the curriculum in each building? And so that concludes all of the components. The last slide that we just have here is we just wanted to address with you guys how we are attempting to address the implementation of this audit that we did and some of the pieces, how we're addressing them. So the first is we have now what we call teaching and learning for administrators. So we realized that we needed to beef up the capacity of our instructional leaders. And so we have a curriculum day where our principals, assistant principals are able to come, and our content experts will share with them what are we going to be seeing in the classroom the next grading period, and what are some look-fors that you should be looking for. These are the best practices that you should be seeing in a ninth grade Algebra 1 classroom or in a 7th grade ELA classroom. The other is obviously our look-fors and classroom walkthroughs. We do those with our principals now as a lab site. So a lot of times we will go out and we will walk classrooms with principals and just do some coaching, like the teacher is doing this really well, this is really what you want to see, and taking them around to various campuses if needed, if we want to really highlight a particular practice where we know that great things are happening. So I think those lab sites and instructional rounds have been very impactful. You probably have seen in our district improvement plan that we have a lot of emphasis on our instructional coaching symposium. And so that has been a huge win for us this year. It is the first year that we've implemented it full day, where we've been able to pull all of our literacy and math coaches to come learn and gain more expertise in their areas so that they can go back and help build the capacity of teachers. We are a very large district, and we wish that we could have these incredible experts that you've heard tonight in every single classroom, but we can't. So what we do is we try to pour into all of these instructional coaches and help us share and spread this message of what good instruction should look like. And then finally, this is something we've done new this year across various areas, and I think it has been very impactful, is really getting principal feedback focus groups where they are able to come back and tell us, hey, this is working, this is not working. They're the ones that are in the front lines, in the trenches, doing the work, and we're really enjoying the value of their insight and their thoughtfulness into how we can better our curriculum. So those are just a few of the things that we're doing to address some of the needs that arose from the evaluation, and we wanted to share that process with y'all, and I'm just going to open it up to you guys if y'all have any questions.
Did you mention when this audit was done?
So it is a very layered process. It's obviously very comprehensive, but we started 3 years ago. And so I would say that the bulk of remember I said there's a lot of components that you even look at infrastructure, the curriculum piece of it, we did that 3 years ago.
How often do we do this auditing process?
So the goal is that you do it about every 5 years. Because it takes about 5 years, particularly in a large district our size, to make the shift. But the reality is that it is a continuous process of improvement. The work's never done. Like, we always have room to be better. And so that is why we wanted to spend a little bit of time tonight just really sharing with you that ultimately we understand that we've got areas that we need to grow in, and we want you all to know that we are very open to that, and we want to change what we need to change, because if it's not working, we've got to change it.
And as Dr. Nola said, you all are a very competitive group.
Yes, ma'am. I am very competitive. Any other questions?
Thank you.
You guys are probably very tired. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. We really appreciate you.
Great job, y'all. Thank you. That's a lot of hard work. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Very comprehensive. Thank you, guys.
And I am being asked for a break.
I need some coffee.
Whew, it's 10 o'clock.
Are we good with that, everyone?
Or I can just go get a coffee.
No, I think I've been asked by multiple people, so. We're going to take a break. It is 10:12, and we will return in 10 minutes. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 5D, receive and discuss information regarding the instructional material selection process for English language arts and reading grades K through 5. Hi. You didn't get to go very far, I'm sorry.
It's okay, thank you very much. In presenting this item, I was going to go ahead and move forward, and traditionally it is just me, but since it's a portion of our workshop, we're allowed to be able to have more questions about the process. And I just want to acknowledge that we're very blessed, like Wendy has mentioned before, that her role has grown through this process, and we have someone that's helped us grow through that process, and especially in the transition. One of the things that happened recently was that the way that this is funded and how materials are moving forward. Before I begin, I want to just kind of give a perspective. Previously, prior to House Bill 1605, we had what was called a proclamation. So that meant about every 8 years, the TEKS were revised, and then the State Board of Education would release textbooks. We just went through this last year with science, professional financial literacy, and some of the courses in CTE. There are some subjects that still continues. Here most recently, we now have what's called the HQIM process. So this kind of puts a little bit of a transition in what we've normally done. So it just sets it perfect, because we had wanted to come with you with this item last month to say, well, hold on, let's talk about where we're at, and then let's talk about where we want to move forward. So that's where I have the privilege to be able to discuss with you today what the process is, where we're at, give you some numbers and money, and then ask for your guidance as we move forward. So currently, this is our district selection process, and it is governed by your board policy or our district's board policy of EFA instructional resource materials. So our current district selection process of whenever we adopt an instructional material, at the end of the day, the board has the ultimate authority of what we move forward and what decision we move forward. It is your vote. Very similar to the calendar, right? The calendar has a district level decision-making committee that gives us feedback. We come to you, and then you help us make that decision and the final decision. But in this process, we have a representative committee from across the district, and it's made up of teachers, campus instructional coaches, principals, along with district level staff to review the instructional materials of the state's approved list. In this particular case, it's the HQIM materials that we're going to ask to move forward. I want to make sure it's not reiterated here. Is it iterated or reiterated? Reiterated. I am a second language learner, right? I qualify in one of those, and I did not have that phonics prefix lesson that Sharon was talking about before. It just fell out of my mind, so I had to ask to clarify. There is a community component to this, and I think that's something that Trustee Nelson had alluded to earlier. Hey, when are we going to get going? Has it gone out to the community? Not yet. That's what we're here to ask. So it's not only an internal process, it's a outside process. I do know is when we were having the discussion on phonics, I know at one point I had conversations with Trustee May about it, and you know, you reached out as a community member. So there's not only an internal process, there is a committee process, internal committee process.
And that's per policy?
Policy EFA, yes ma'am.
Can I ask a question about the committee? How is that made up? I know we talked about the different people that are in it, but like how is that made up? A little bit more detail about that.
So if we were to, first of all, we want to make sure it's majority teachers out in the field. And we want to make it representative of our school district. We also, we would look at the feeders, right, and say, have we equally represented the feeders? Then we would also look at subject area, in other words, not subject because it's ELA, but bilingual. because you have to look at not only the resource in English, but you have to have bilingual representation. There's special education teachers on it. Since it's a reading resources, we would probably ask Dr. Henry for some reading specialists to be on it. So campus instructional coaches. The other thing is not to make it such a large committee. So normally that our threshold would be like a group of 35, right? So that sometimes is very hard to do. When we have big adoptions and proclamations, we've even been up to 50. But since this is one subject area, that would probably be about the roundabout number.
So you guys make the decision and then you go out into the district and offer that, like, hey, we would like for you to be a part of this? Is that, or do you go to the principals and say, who do you think would be good?
We've done that before, and what we've also done is, remember that Mark alluded to, is that we have people that came and wrote curriculum for us, right? So he went through an extensive process, sometimes asking coaches and experiencing or having people staff develop for us at a professional district-wide day. Those are all people that we've seen in action, and those are the people that are married to where we're at and really know where we need to be. Sometimes we ask them, sometimes we just ask coaches, who's great on your campus, right? So we never want to leave someone out that's brand new to our district that is just the shining star. Sometimes we look at data and go, what's going on in that classroom at that school? And so it's a real comprehensive look. I don't want us to feel that we get into this routine and we don't reevaluate it every year, because we really do, to make the best choice of who the representatives are.
Are they able to apply or ask to be on the committee?
We have done that before. We have asked as a form of an application. I'm going to say that Albert in our science committee this past year, he actually sent an application out and asked. And that's something that was new at this last process and could be something, if we're interested in offering that. And is it your guidance? Absolutely, we could apply it here.
I'm curious, I mean, it says on the slide here that it's required by board policy EFA. I was reading through the policy, and I'm not sure where it states that a committee must be formed to review.
EFA local?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me, but I do know that based on that, we have what is required as a process. So internally, or our structure and how we evaluate it. So internally, we would have what we call a procedure or administrative procedure, in which our process includes steps in how we pick and select the committee. It also includes like a timeline in how we apply this process.
So that would be more of a procedure, not policy.
I don't have the policy in front of me, but we can reference it and look at it more in detail.
I'm looking at it here, and I assumed that it was the superintendent or designee, hopefully I said that right, shall ensure that professional staff select instructional materials in accordance with the district policy and administrative procedures. Did I read that correctly? Procedures.
Yes.
Translation committee.
And where is that, Trustee May?
Yes, that's local EFA. And it's in the first paragraph, second sentence.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily say committee, but
no, it applies to me. I make procedure. That our procedure has always been to have a committee.
One of the things we do in our normal process also is that we would come, let's say for example, let's take the proclamation process that we did with the science adoption last year. We would come to you in October and we would say, Board of Trustees, we're going to implementing 2024. This is the district committee we have selected for your approval. So you would look at the list that we would move forward, and then we would move forward. In this particular case, we're asking to move forward with selecting a committee. If you would like us to come with that item for you to approve, we can do that as well. In the adoption process that we had previously for phonics, we just moved forward with a committee because we knew we wanted because it was accelerated at the time.
I'll just speak for me, but considering this is such a significant, important topic, I'm not opposed to a committee. For me, I want to get quantity too, not just this is what a few people's opinions are. I want to get some data from a lot of teachers on what they think.
Yeah,
so that's
we will have that
concern.
as well. I don't know if the next slide talks about that or not.
It doesn't go into detail.
Talk about the full process though.
I do, yes. So in other words, there is a district selection committee that we bring in, but part of the process is every campus has to have what we call a campus contact. And every single campus will have one person that we bring in and we talk to them about the process and say, this is when the materials will be distributed. These are the rules. This is the survey. This is the timeline of the survey. This is the time to input the survey. So every teacher that has to do with the curriculum has the opportunity to fill out a survey on the content. The district committee then takes that survey and then they say, okay, here are the resources. In an adoption that has multiple resources, we would take, let's say for example, science had 10 resources that made the state board list, but the surveys flat out say these are the top 3. Well, we're only going to bring the top 3 in to meet with the district committee because the survey said that, right? But in this case, the district committee would take the survey results and would hear from the survey results of what the teacher said and would hear from both bluebonnet vendors and Savas vendors to then make the decision based on the survey and then would come with a recommendation to you.
And those are the only 2 vendors that we're considering in this committee.
There's a couple of options that we're going to run through here that you get to choose how you would like us to move forward. Yes.
Can I just ask you a quick question before you move forward, Dr. Upshaw? I know that Dr. Young stated that the Bluebonnet was the final version. Is Savas the final version as well? Because I remember last year with the committee, the final version wasn't out, and so we ran into an issue where they selected Savas as the biology textbook, and the proclamation edits weren't in the version that we had, so we were back and forth with TEA trying to make the changes. So I just want to make that clear that that's the final version, and the committee is going to be watching the proclamation, and that was really where I'm at.
So let me make sure, is Savas the final version? Did they get any feedback?
So my understanding is that this process is very different. And I never like to speak off the cuff. I prefer to look at my spreadsheets and know for sure. But my understanding, what is different about this process is that they had to have their final before the board approved it at that meeting. That's a very different process than the proclamation process.
They didn't in science.
Because that was a proclamation process.
Right.
The IMRA process is different.
Okay. Well, if we go the route of committee, I would really prefer that the committee is watching to make sure that the final edits and where we're at with the finalists before they make the selection.
That makes sense. So we will confirm that they are final. Wendy's actually going to do our attempt to look it up. But what she's saying, the proc is different than this process. So if it made the list and it says it's good to go, then that's what we're understanding. But she's going to confirm for us. But thank you for asking.
But it wasn't good to go, is my point.
But
on the other one.
What I'm trying to communicate is that the prior process, and we have slides about this as well. House Bill 1605 abolished the prior process and returned control of instructional materials fully to the State Board of Education. So it's an entirely different process. The whole thing the entire process works differently than it did in the proclamation process. Does that make sense?
I just don't want to get into a situation where we're like last year.
Of course.
Where we were making phone calls at 4 o'clock before a meeting, and
we completely agree.
So whatever we need to do, because there was a committee, and there were also other publishers that included the full proclamation, but those weren't selected and recommended by the committee. So I just want to make sure that the committee's on the same page if we go that route.
Yes, ma'am. I should be able to double check while she's talking.
Okay.
Okay, but before we move on, because I had a question as well, and now we've changed trajectory. I wanted to know what was the level of the surveys that were turned in the last adoption, like for benchmark? How many surveys did we get back?
About 1,000.
So we got about a quarter of our teachers respond.
Yeah, but only
a portion of them teach it.
Right, probably only about 12 or 1,400 probably teach at that grade
level.
There
you go. Okay, so
yeah, a high percentage.
So we did get a pretty good percentage back. All right, thank you.
Absolutely. So based on that information, I didn't want to be a repeat of Representative Toth, but he wasn't able to join us tonight. So I'm not the 1605, today's not 1605, but these are components that I want to highlight and what we're having a conversation on. Is that House Bill 1605 implications for our Conroe Independent School District provided these bullets that I want to talk to you about and why we're coming to you with this process. Additional funding for instructional materials. new list of approved instructional materials. So I want to go back to the statement that Dr. Young alluded to earlier. She said that previously the State Board of Education adoption process only required for materials that made the State Board of Education list only cover 55% of the TEKS. This new, so think about it, in 2019, and as a district, the primary resource when we adopt, we will only choose something off the State Board of Education list. Now, a supplementary resource to not be necessarily tier 1, of course we're going to add if we need to, for especially if a kid needs a gap, we would do that. But she said that that's one of the things they learned through the process. So in 2019, we had that list. The state, House Bill 1605 said, hold on, there's a gap in reading. We need to do something about it, state of Texas. So we're like, this is an opportunity, right? So they released a new list of approved instructional items. I think it's very important this time for me to explain that this is the first of the first lists. It is important for us to know as a board that although the items that have met the HQIM list met it today, they must requalify every time they come into the process. So what that means is that they can meet it today, they can meet the IMRA rubric today, but they might not meet the IMRA rubric as years go on, which is scary because normally we committed to a 2019 list and then 8 years you're good to go. But it is a moving item. So in other words, as we move forward, as the years go on, other publishers, as Mark alluded to, will come on to the list. We feel we need to move. As what we've talked about, there are some good items that are on the table, and we've talked to you about where, based on these evaluations, we need to grow in our current curriculum to be better as a district. We feel that these are 2 items that we can move forward with. It also provided open education resources instructional materials. So what is important to know is both items that met the list, they met HQIM quality. That means they met the rubric, but only one of them qualifies for open education resources instructional materials. That is Bluebonnet. What does that mean? It's equivalent to a different amount of money in the bucket, okay? So it's about $20. So it's $40 for HQIM, $20 for open education resources. And then one of the things we've already discussed, it prohibited a prohibition of 3Qing. Okay. Right. So this is just more described to you, the process that I just mentioned. I don't think I need to go further because I actually just said all of that. Are there any questions on those components that I reviewed on the graphic?
Yes, I have a question. On the $40 per student annually, is that for both of the HQIMs, the Savas and Bluebonnet, that we would be funded for that annually twice? Or
No,
is that
ma'am.
just
It's only a $40 cost.
40 and then 40 the following year? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking biannually is what I was thinking. But anyway, so 40 and 40 for the next year. But that's for both of them, Savas and Bluebonnet.
Yes. So the 40 qualifies for Bluebonnet and for Savas. Both materials that we're discussing, we can gain an additional $40 per student.
And if we choose anything other than that, we do not unlock our allotment.
That is correct.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
So that's why this conversation is different now than it was before. Right? Yes, ma'am.
So before you chose a curriculum and then you kept it, you anticipated keeping it for 8 years.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
And so knowing that this is a little bit different, but would you hope to keep this also for 8 years? Because I assume changing course over and over again is not a good thing.
One of the things that Ms. Carlisle alluded to, anytime you implement a curriculum, you want to give it a good 5 years, right?
Mhm.
The first year, you're just trying to figure out what it is. Second, you're like, oh, we really like that part. Oh, that was a gap in our data. Oh, we need to get stronger at that component. So I would say whatever we move forward, and I think if teachers were here in the audience today, they would say, please make a decision and keep it steady for us to have a chance to implement, look at it, grow from it, and see where our needs are. So I would say we would want to commit to it.
And I think, if I remember correctly, Dr. Young said that as far as TEKS go, they are not expected to make any changes to them for the next 5 years, if not longer.
Right, I think
So-
they're slated for 2030, but which, 8 years, yeah.
So that's very critical in our process because we are committed. What happens with curriculum that we have contracts on?
As far as benchmark phonics,
Well, I mean, phonics would be covered in either of the two of these. So if we're not using Benchmark or we're not, I mean, we have an 8-year contract or a 5-year, one of the two with Benchmark. But anything that we still are under contract with.
the only thing that we would be under contract with is benchmark phonics, and I would say that based on our reviews and based on our feedback and based on our scores, that component stays.
So you're saying that we wouldn't do, regardless, we're going to now still pull from another spot and use Benchmark with either Savas or Bluebonnet in lieu of their phonics program?
I would say that is our recommendation, unless yes.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. Honestly, we use both. Here's the good thing about that is that there's the direct instruction, there's the component, but one of the things that's great about these materials, not only benchmark phonics, but the materials that are now HQIM eligible, is that there is the first time instruction and there's always the intervention that's needed, right? So we could not only use it for our first time instruction, we could also grow in our resources from when we actually move into the MTSS process and have to do tier 2 and tier 3. Guess what? Now we have a robust opportunity through this new additional resource, especially with phonics instruction, to add that into the rotation. So it's a win-win overall. Because currently right now, we need to have resources for those components as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So like we mentioned before, State Proclamation of 2019 came to you with the following. Now, as we all know, we have some content people, friends that are here that are not language arts. I love them in the background. I want to make sure that they know that. And the ones listening at home, I'm not saying that our other core contents are not important, but the most important content that we teach is this one. And what is interesting about the proclamation process is that they give us money every other year, which is called a biennium. And what's interesting is they give us the same amount of money for a science adoption that they give us for a K through 8 reading adoption. All materials are not created equal. The pricing tag of the materials are not created equal. A teacher license for a science subject, I'm going to say, is a couple $100. A teacher license for English language arts material averages in the 2000s, 2,500. So not only did we do a K through 6, and let's talk about how much a great resource costs just for phonics. Can you imagine what that would cost for K through 8 reading? And then on top of that, we are required to provide in English and Spanish materials that are bilingual. So due to the cost at the time, we had $7 million in the district to purchase Proclamation 2019 that covered this. We spent $7.1 million on science. So when we purchased the materials, we only had money to purchase one kit of HMH into reading for every teacher at every grade level. I want you to think about how the teachers on a first grade team that had 8 teachers had to share one TE.
But they weren't using it. We weren't using HMH. We just discussed that in the last session, that we weren't using HMH. We were using units of study and other pieces of Calkins and units of study we did. And then in February, when I asked you about it, you said they couldn't share one TE per grade level. So are we using HMH right now?
HMH is a resource that's out there. Is it used and not everybody has access to it. So I think that's part of our issue as we're moving forward. I just want to reiterate why we're in the predicament that we're in.
I didn't think HMH was even going to be approved, or was that something else?
This was in the past. So in other words, when we when we adopted our proclamation in 2019, the district chose HMH into reading as its resource, as one of the resources. And then we supplemented, because of the cost, with additional resources, which you see here.
Okay. All right. I just want to be clear.
To be clear, for a long time, sorry, I'm just too far away. For a long time, and this was not just Conroe ISD, the instructional materials were seen as the resource. The district produced the curriculum. So I don't think it's fair to say we didn't use HMH. Our curriculum was built with plugging in the resources for each and every unit. HMH was incredibly difficult to use with fidelity because every teacher didn't have his or her own set in hand. Now, they all could click and look at the digital license, but often out of sight, out of mind. There are some campuses and some teachers to this day where they're reaching out to my department asking how to locate their digital HMH, and we help them make sure they can log in. So I don't think we can say that we didn't use it, but that's not the way the curriculum was built. We had resources, we build our curriculum, we plug in the resources. What's different with HQIM is that HQIM says this is your full curriculum. There will no longer be pulling from here, 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 where teachers go to their shelf and pull out whatever trick they need from their bag for that particular lesson. They have a one-stop shop. That's a different framework for how you build curriculum, and as a result of the fact that the state's research showed over time, since 2011, I think, when the Senate bill came through that changed how we purchase instructional materials, that teachers felt over time they didn't have what they need. So they changed back to a process that says we need everything more included in one, and we're going to make sure it's high quality so that districts are not having to have a team that builds a curriculum from all of their tier one and their supplemental resources, if that makes sense.
With the exception of our phonics now.
Correct.
So
Now,
question.
I am also not an English language arts expert, but I can tell you that our reading language arts curriculum is phonics and reading and writing. So it would make sense that you might have your phonics resource and your reading resource and your writing resource. It's nice that they are being included in a package. It doesn't preclude, though, the fact that if you have a really quality phonics program, you might use that in addition to your reading and writing curriculum.
Will you not be using the in-house curriculum anymore that you've spent, 10 years building?
I hope not. It's time consuming to write, and we know that it's a stopgap. It was presented as such from the get-go, and I think that's why we're here today, is to figure out what the other side of the bridge is going to look like.
That said, my question was going to be, how much money did we receive to write the in-house curriculum?
I'm going to say you probably spent maybe $20,000-$30,000.
If even that.
And yeah, we paid teachers, daily rates or $100 a day to do it, and they just did it.
But that was out of pocket because we didn't receive funding.
That's used through Title II Staff Development Funds, which is a federal supplement that we receive in our district that qualifies under.
So over 10 years, 20 grand?
No, well, we review curriculum every year, but I'm going to say to complete the CCUs.
Yeah, probably a little under 20 grand.
Okay.
Good question.
So we want to move forward from the list of what Wendy had just referred to as all the resources to getting a more inclusive curriculum for our teachers. So here's a snapshot of the additional funding, because here's where the conversation changes when we have additional money. So,
but on the slide before, it's our primary source, and then we have the supplemental pieces. Is that correct? And
yes,
the primary that we're using right now is HMH into reading, and then we supplement with benchmark phonics and all the other Calkins pieces.
Let me clarify my language because I put the word primary there.
Hold on a second. Calkins pieces have been scratched out.
No, Heinemann, what are all
Heinemann
those
is not all Calkins. So Lucy Calkins is an author and publisher for Heinemann, but Heinemann does a whole bunch of resources. So not all of those authors are Lucy Calkins.
I looked it up too. It's not Lucy Calkins.
Thank you.
And by primary, what I meant was that is our Proclamation 2019 adopted Tier 1 resources. In the 5 years since then, the curriculum department has written a lot of curriculum, but that is our official adopted textbook.
May I ask before, so at what point were we using an all-encompassing curriculum? Have we ever?
The closest we were to using an all-encompassing curriculum was something called Texas Treasures. And this was before I was in the district, so that would have been prior to 2007.
Results?
Well, a lot of things have changed since then, right? Our population.
It's hard to measure.
Our population has changed. The assessment has changed. 2000, everything has changed, right? One of the things that I want to just kind of allude to this is that we used to assess reading and writing differently. That's one of the things when we look at the STAR assessment. The reading STAR assessment is not only can you read on grade level? It's not only can you read on grade level, it's can you write on grade level. And the struggling learners, especially our bilingual students, I sit with you before you with years of experience and a doctorate, and I had to have an editor edit my doctorate because I am not a good speller because of my second language. So it's one of those things that it's hard to evaluate, right? Where we were then. What I do know is what Wendy has talked about is that the textbook you bought was not your end-all be-all. It was not, I teach 1.1, lesson 1.1, module 1.1 and move through. That changed because what was being produced and given to us by the State Board of Education was not with this intent. The intent has now changed with what's called the EMRA process that came out in November of 2023 and then now had them go through this process of having publishers. You need to apply, experts come in, we need to do a better job. Because the reality is, here's where we're at. We are very blessed in Conroe Independent School District to have a line of certified teachers that want to be here. But the reality is that the workforce has changed. So not all teachers come with a certification. So we have.
But that's only in the last 4 or 5 years.
But the reality is that they might not have the pedagogy that they need to come through. So we cannot rely on just, here's your textbook, wing it. We have to, as a state and as a district, provide resources for teachers that is a staff development within the resource. I heard her say something like, if you teach to this, like it literally has a script. In both the HKIA and said, this is what you say and do. And guess what? That's okay in your first year in learning, right? None of us I grow every day, right? And we know when we teach students, it takes years to hone your craft to be able to teach all those concepts.
But back to that point, so I don't miss it. What year were we last all certified teachers in Conroe ISD? Because it's only in the recent history that we didn't have every certified teacher.
I don't have that information in front of me,
but
we
could
could
look that up.
We could
That's a nationwide issue, though. That's not a district issue.
I'm trying to get my timeline.
We've had alternative certified teachers. I became a principal in 2006. I hired alternative certified teachers then. So it's,
About 2017.
Yeah, they're a certified teacher, but alternative certification has been around for a long time.
But it was still a sort of certification prior to hire.
And here's what I want to explain to why I'm trying to connect. I myself was an alternative certified teacher, right? Darren, Mark. So some great teachers come with that, right? Sure. And if there's a will, there is a way. The difference between Conroe Independent School District and the 800 school districts within Texas that Dr. Young alluded to is we created a repository of all this stuff. We recently sent the second grade CCUs to Trustee May, and I had to zip all those files. When she opens one of them, she'll go, whoa, when she looks at the resources.
All of you have that, by the way.
Yes, I apologize. All of you do. So that's just second grade. We were blessed to have that because we have a district. The issue becomes that smaller school districts don't have the curriculum department. But here's what we found. is that we can have the resources and create the curriculum, but we don't spend the time building the craft and training the teachers. It doesn't stick. So we have made a decision that the focus for our department needs to be not in creating the things and being proud of the things. Let someone else create the things. Let's spend the time teaching the teachers and helping them in their craft every day, in their classroom, side by side, building that professional development. That is the best professional development you will ever have. Not getting to sit and get, but having someone to sit by you and help you teach within your classroom. So that's one of the reasons we want to move forward, because the focus of the curriculum instruction department in this area needs to be not in the background creating the items when they have it. It's going out there and improving the process in the field.
I agree more.
Preach, sister.
When you all are freed up, whoever is having to do all this, including those teachers that are doing it extra time, when they're freed up to focus or not be even as tired on just doing their job and pouring into their students, the outcomes are going to go up.
One of my favorite literacy researchers created a hierarchy, and he said he's done a lot of work in this field, the single largest effect size in terms of student performance is the quality of the teacher. Mm-hmm. We all know that. Second isn't the resource, it's the underlying practices that teacher is capable of. Do they understand how to do a read aloud? Do they understand how to conduct small group instruction? Third is the resource. Mm-hmm. Resource still matters, but in the grand scheme of things, other things are more important.
Well, and just so you know, Dr. Upshaw, I'm sure you already know this, but spelling is not a sign of intelligence.
Oh, then I am really smart.
Plus they have
Thank
Grammarly.
Goodness, they have Grammarly.
So.
I was just gonna, thank you. That's my friend.
Mine too.
Absolutely. All right, so let's talk about the money that's available to us as we move forward to possibly make a decision on how we want to proceed. So with this new funding, which we call additional funding, for HQIM, our first year to acquire HQIM money, although it wasn't available to us till December, right? That's where it dropped in. We were able to see it. Was last year. So you can see we have in our savings bank $2,894.80. $2 million. Man, 2,000 would buy me one kit. What time is it? Yeah, sorry. That's why we have backup up here. Okay. And then this year we acquired just a little bit more. In addition to that, if we want to use OER, and OER, let me explain, can not only be used for, let's say we want to use it for Bluebonnet, it can also be used for any of the other supplementary materials that are listed on the list that I provided for you of all the other things they adopted, right? That are OER. There's comprehensive lists of curriculum, but there's also things that can be bought that are supplementary, right? So it's this new funding, $6.8 million, which we have right now to be able to help improve reading, right? So that's what we want to put forward on the table. Just to kind of give you a perspective, next year, we will be undergoing a proclamation or a process for math, because math is up. So we want to have the discussion for reading now, because next year we want to have the conversation for math. So there are resources that also make the HQIM list for math. The math folks of curriculum are in the back. But right now our priority is reading. We need to get through this because currently in last proclamation funding, we paid for a gap year. So we're covered with resources for math until next year we'll go through the process. So we have $6.8 million at our disposal to move forward. IMTA funding. Here's another thing for the acronym. Remember, there's 2 buckets of funding. Well, actually, there's 3. The first bucket, which is the bucket we've always had, it's the instructional materials allotment. This is where MAP could possibly be paid out of. Somebody, Trustee Odenweiler alluded to this earlier. Our current balance is $5.9 million. Our current reoccurring cost is $2.1 million. So what's reoccurring? Things, for example, like, actually I have it in here. Things, for example, as, a Dreambox, M-Class for 3rd grade. You know, we have a little funding that we put in when there's new schools opening. There's things that have to be bought out from Proc. There's also things like branching minds. So there's some personnel can be covered through that. We know that we're going to receive additional funds in fall of 2025. That's an average of 11, 12 million a year. So currently we have money here as well. So not only do you have money in IMTA, you also have money in HQIM, and then you also have this additional little bucket called OER that we have. So 3 buckets of money. All right. So here are options. As alluded to earlier by Trustee Odenweller, we could say, do we want to continue into the next proclamation where they redo the TEKS and just say, let's power it out and buy everybody that teacher kit for Into Reading that's out there and that we have in the district, but that Mark mentioned to before, there was a reason why HMH did not put their material through the HQIM process. Or do we want to move forward with asking our teachers, can we look at these 2 HQIM materials and let us know what you think so we can implement one of them?
I didn't think our funds would be unlocked if we didn't take one of the HQIMs. I don't understand how we could, which at this point we don't want to buy more HMH. I mean, based on what you're telling us, we wouldn't want to do that. I mean, just from what I'm hearing tonight. But I didn't think that they were part of the HQIM. So how could we unlock our buckets of money?
We cannot unlock our buckets of money, but you can access that $5.9 million balance that's there for IMTA right now, or you can use some of the funds that are coming in fall 2025. It is an option. And I think what's important for me to reiterate is when our commissioner or TEA talks to us about this entire process and the available funding, they told us as a district, you have 3 options. You have an option, do nothing, because HQIM materials are not required, that you could do nothing. You could look at what you currently have and see if you still want to use it, or you could go through this process, or you could pilot. Like, they gave us options to move forward. What we're saying to you as trustees, these are our options. We can look at that funding that's currently there and get each teacher each kit, or we can move through with the HQIM process. What we're here to ask, and I hope I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody that's not their statement, is we want to move forward with accessing the $6.8 million and saying, teachers, we need one of these resources. And that's based on Mark's portion of the presentation that said, we have some gaps, and we want them, and these resources help us with those gaps.
Dr. Upshaw, is there a possibility that others will be added to this list in the near future? When I say
Yes, ma'am. The next time they come for a cycle is in next year, isn't it?
The SBOE will vote again in November. So the way that IMRA process works is once an IMRA rubric has been approved, that rubric stands in the cycle, and so other publishers could submit materials to be reviewed, and the SBOE would vote on those in November. But they've got a new IMRA cycle happening, right? So there are additional materials they're reviewing. I think next up is math supplemental. The priority for the reviewers will be the math supplemental. They're only guaranteeing that they will they're only guaranteeing that they will look at 200 products. Now 200 products sounds like a lot until you realize one product is actually one grade level of one publisher. So that list we got that they went through was like 140 products, and it looked like, you know, just a few things to us. So while they can continue to submit, the ELA K5 Tier 1 resources will be at the bottom of the stack after they have reviewed any submissions for the next cycle, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you.
So this list is for supplemental, or, I mean, this blue list that you gave us is supplemental?
No, this list is all encompassing. It is not only the comprehensive curriculum, which is all the components, they also approved supplemental resources.
But as far as the all-encompassing, there's only 2.
There is only 2.
So why would we spend I mean, it's supposed to encompass, bring it all into one spot. Are we going to start throwing more tools in the toolbox?
No, what I meant to explain in that $1.3 million is, let's say, for example, there's something on the list that was approved for math that we like, that's supplemental. Well, we're still going to want to adopt a comprehensive HKIM material for reading, right? But we might want to adopt that supplemental material for math. Then we can access it, because it applies as an OER, we could access the $1.3 million for that.
I think too, also just, I think we need to be realistic with either of the 2 HQIM products. Like, yes, the state board says they check 100%, but with either one, and we haven't done an analysis on either one, but I think we'd have to understand that neither one of them will be perfect. Like, we will probably still have to do some things to help balance out, because I don't know, Mark, you've looked, maybe looked a little deeper, but
as we said earlier, language arts is so layered, so multifaceted. No one publisher is a master of all trades, and so what you find is some are stronger in some components than others. They may technically cover everything, but not equally well.
So if we pick Bluebonnet, we may have to supplement in 1 or 2 of those, or
Bluebonnet,
a few of the couple different structured
Bluebonnet is
Savas would be different.
Known to be really strong in a couple of areas. One area in which there's been some criticism is, frankly, phonics. So we may be in a position where we're having a supplement there, but I can't speak from firsthand experience.
Okay.
Well, that would be a good position because we have the separate phonics.
So with that said, if we have your permission, which is what we're seeking today, to move forward with accessing the money if our teachers, and coming to you with a decision on these 2, here's what our process normally looks like. And it's our internal administrative procedure. So we give you an information item requesting to initiate the process. That is today. We do an instructional material review committee selection. We then request samples of them. We send them to campuses. Sometimes there are electronic samples. We put them on our websites for our community. We post and we say, here's the time frame in which we want you to do this. We then put forward the material review committee. We bring vendors in. We bring showcases and say, hey, teachers, come see it, so that they hear directly from someone like the expertise of Dr. Young that has everything sticky tabbed. We bring those people in to be able to have conversations, and that they hear from them, because it's important that they give us their opinion and that we don't sway the opinion, right? Public review happens of the materials. We then review the technology requirements for the compatibility. This has been something that they promise you the moon when they say, oh, it's going to work, and then we go, what? Or they have to meet the criteria where it meets privacy of our students. In other words, you have to make sure that you're keeping everything secure in our data. We then meet to discuss budgeting and ordering processes. So in other words, I want to just reiterate, it's not free. Either one of these are not free. They cost money. What does that look like? Whether we gave the consumables every year, or the teachers need to have their printed TE, or we outsource somebody to be able to print it. What does that look like? We send out an evaluation. They review it. They look at the evaluations and review the final recommendation. We come to Dr. Knoll and we come to you. And we say, this is what our process is. This is what the teachers and community feedback has been. And then we'd like with your recommendation moving forward. That's our process, our normal process.
I have a quick question. I've heard about it like a slow release where you pick a couple of campuses, and slow release that way. Is that something that is an option for us? Do you like that idea?
That is one of the options that has been recommended by, as we move forward, when we're trained by TEA and by our commissioner. If that's something that you'd like to guide us on, absolutely. One thing that I'd like for you to know, there's an additional component if we move forward with one of them that qualifies as an OER. So if we move forward with the OER, which happens to be, out of the 2, one of them is an OER, and that is Bluebonnet. Savas is not an OER. But if we go forward with an OER, we are required to have what we call as a transition plan, right? So there are these components that we would have to submit to the state. So in other words, we won't have the funding given to us to buy it or to access it until we have submitted to the state these components of the plan. So what we have forward or have presented to you and have a copy and had sent it to you before is a proposed implementation timeline of the transition plan, right? And I think, so in other words, we would start looking at it, training the components. So no, in other words, once the teachers decided that what they wanted, if they happen to have chosen Bluebonnet, then it requires a transition plan. And these are just at a first glance, the committee met, Darren and her team, Darren and the friends here, and the extensions of that team met to kind of look at what that rollout would be to adhere to what is the required transition plan. That does not mean, Trustee May, that we could not do a transition plan and then possibly pilot a couple of campuses to get feedback to the transition plan. That is something that we could look into. What I would, there's also the option of we go all in. One thing that I would tell you is that, because we've done that before, we just did it with science, and we did it with phonics, we want to make sure that this sits well. Right? This has been something that is an area of need. This is something that is the most critical thing we do. And it goes back to Wendy's comment. I like to summarize her comment to, if you insist, they shall resist. Right. And I think that is the bottom line. Teachers need to know they have choice, because the moment you say you don't have choice, then saying yes or no doesn't really become as important. So it's important for them to know there's a plan, there's a process, there's ongoing feedback. You know, with phonics, we were required to buy and implement. And we required by statute, September 1 has to happen. Roll out the other stuff. We did all of that. But what we learned, there was gaps. We rushed the summer training. We're not a small school district, right? You know, and at the time, we had barely started instructional coaches on the campus, and they're still like waiting on the district to do it. I'm like, coaches on campus, you're part of the district, right? We need you to. And so it needs to be multi-layered, because what we ended up doing after the first year of phonics implementation, Ms. Carlisle brought in a committee and a panel and a feedback, and this was some of the feedback. Slow down, learn the components, because teachers get this kit and go, where do I start? I can't even. And what will happen is that they'll start going to old ways, or they'll start, well, I'm just going to do what I need to do. But we all know, not saying that what you did was great, but we all know that there's growth. And we want them to be able to focus. So we might, through an implementation plan, say, these are the 2 priorities we want you to implement in year 1. And so that's how we could look at it. So this is a proposed timeline, right? It's not to say, and it is a draft. And I guess our point here right now is really asking you, can we move forward with the process on your guidance? What would you like our process to look like to move forward with being able to use these 2 resources and adopt them in our school district?
Just to clarify, the slow release happens, like 2 campuses would pilot it next year while you're going through the process? Is that what you're saying? Or you go through the entire process and then pilot a couple of campuses?
So we could do a couple of ways. We could just work the transition plan. That's, in other words, the transition plan, what's in front of you, states that we would say, this is what we're adopting, this is what we're going to be using, but we're going to spend next school year training you, accessing it, here's how to resource it, here's where you go, and it'll be implemented next year. Maybe even possibly saying, try this lesson out. You know, in the first 9 weeks, second 9 weeks, let's try to do that. We could do that. We could go all in, and we could say, we make the decision in May, we're going to train in the summer, let's go.
And if we were to pilot it, what would the other schools be doing? Just what they're doing right now? Okay.
Yes.
Limping along.
And we're making a decision tonight?
They're
No.
asking us-
All
yes,
we're,
they
all
are.
we're, well,
Yes.
all we're asking for tonight is to
They're-
start the process.
They're asking
we want
us
to
to
start the
approve this
process.
process.
That following the process, following what our board policy is, the superintendent guides the process. We've shared what our process is. We want to kick that off, and then eventually where that ends up is we come back to you with a recommendation, and you all vote on the final decision You can choose to take the recommendation of the committee or not. That's your choice, but we would come to you with their recommendation.
So are we making a motion right now?
No.
In a workshop?
No,
Okay.
but they're asking
I'm just
us
asking for
to
feedback,
approve it.
because by policy, it is for me to go and do, so I'm just asking for your feedback.
I love it.
Because we're
Let's
going
go.
to do. Like,
How
we're-
long would the process take?
A
Before you
year.
could, yeah, like, before
The
you could
process-
discuss with
Oh, no,
them?
no, not
the
for
pro-
selection, not the selection, you're asking for the selection process, correct? When would we anticipate coming back?
May?
Okay.
Okay, so here's, well, I'll wait. Yeah.
Wait, what would you be coming back with in May?
Our teacher's choice between Bluebonnet and Savas.
So the committee
survey-
will have
yes.
met, everything
Survey
will have
results,
taken place.
community feedback, yes ma'am.
Would there be updates provided along the way?
If you show wish that we want to do that, we can surely provide that for you. For example, if you say, let's move forward, next month could be, here's the process and to select the committee, and here's the committee. Here's when we're meeting, here's when the timeline is, here's where it will be open to the community, here's the showcase, here's the, we could provide that for you.
And what we would do is I'd ask Edith to send me that, I'd send it to you in the Friday updates.
Yep.
So you could keep that moving forward, and you'd know when the community showcase was, and we'd have it on our website, and we'd have it, we'll have all that publicly as well, but we share it with you, so you want to go see and dig through all, I mean, you're way ahead already, you already have one of them, so you're in great shape, but, so you can see the other one as well.
And this is just to decide between Bluebonnet and Savas.
Yes ma'am.
Correct.
Is this a standard timeline?
It's not a standard timeline, but this process isn't standard. This is a new process. And so here most recently, the State Board of Education put into play that if you chose an OER, you had to have what's a required transition plan. This is the first time we've had to have what's a required transition plan.
But, so what is our normal process? What does it look like in the past timeline-wise? Time-wise, I'm just asking.
Normal process is this. Time-wise would be, we would be coming to your recommendation in May, and then we would be moving forward in August, just like we did before. But it did not require the components of a transition plan.
I wanted to add that, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
That traditionally, we would have started an adoption process in August, September. So teachers would already be reviewing the materials and forming opinions. We're gonna have to really work on a tight timeline to get all of the process just for reviewing the materials and gathering community and stakeholder feedback by May. What's different about the possible adoption of an OER is that we can't even access our funds, that the extra $20 per student, without submitting that transition plan to the state. That transition plan, go to that slide that has a transition plan. That transition plan, it's one slide back, requires that you have a bunch of items in place that we've never had to have in place before. It's going to take some time to be able to do all of those things and get it approved so that we can access the funds. That's why for an OER, our proposed timeline is a lot longer for full implementation, because it's different. And as we keep saying, this is not a small ship. It does not turn on a dime. So you've got campuses and teachers who are used to a curriculum in the district that pulls from a variety of resources, is very intensive on our own developed units, and regardless of what we pick, we're going to say, here's a new resource, and you don't have very long to get used to it. That the transition can happen much quicker if the chosen item is the Savas, because the Savas does not require the transition plan. We can access those HQIM funds with the Savas just because we chose it. In order to use the OER, you have to develop, and the school board must approve first that transition plan.
I do also want to reiterate it. This, by looking at this is also, and I'm going to use this big word, assume, we're making assumptions of what all of this requires. Our webinar for this is January 15th. So they put this out there and put this expectation, but we don't know what a transition plan, we just know based on what good practice, what these things should look like, this is what we're thinking. But what the state might say, oh, well, timely communication just needs to be, when's your training? We don't know. We're thinking, oh, well, that's going to require all of these things. We're not sure. We will know that until January the 15th.
Are you saying the timeline could shrink once you go to this webinar and understand exactly what the requirements are?
The timeline could shrink, but the reality of what Ms. Tisdale just reiterated is that we're going into our community, teaching literacy community in January, versus normally they would already all have known, hey, we're adopting this next school year, and would already started the process. Normally we're sending emails out for campus contacts in September, like she mentioned.
So what you're saying is if we want to start the process, we need to.
We're behind.
Right.
Yeah, we're late. And in the end, I think too, we want to be cautious on making promises we can't deliver. I think we need to go through the process, and I think if we're not ready in May because it's more complicated than we think and we need more feedback, then we need to tell you it'll be June, or it'll be like, we need to be right instead of fast. And I would say the exact same thing about implementation. We need to be right instead of fast. So if we can have it ready to go next school year, that would be wonderful, whichever product it is. If we can pilot, that would be wonderful too. But if the reality is we don't have enough people to manage two different curriculums simultaneously, we need to be honest with ourselves and honest with you that we can't, and we just need to roll that. So I just want to make sure that we're just being upfront here, and like we're probably given best case scenario, but we also need to be real, and we'll circle back to you with what we think we can actually achieve.
Is there a chance that the teachers would come back and say they don't like either one? Is that an option?
Totally. Totally an option.
I mean,
in which case, the money rolls over, and we know that TEA will be evaluating additional resources in the coming months. We may have additional options come November, December.
But
I don't
then we're
really-
still,
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I don't see a downside to starting the process. I'm comfortable with getting that started.
The downside is we stick with what we have. And
In the essence of time, I mean, this is just a hypothetical question. What if we just select one and then we skip that whole process?
Then you don't have teacher buy-in.
But both of them are new.
Yeah, I think to Dr. Upshaw's point, like the teachers are the ones going to use this every day, and if it's going to be effective, they've got to own it, the decision. And so I think
I'm just thinking in the essence of time.
no, it'd be great. I mean,
Yeah.
to go fast would be great, but if we pick the wrong one, if we
Right.
pick one, even if we picked the one ultimately they would have chosen, if they don't get the opportunity to be a part of it, they won't be as in line with the decision. I think giving them that time helps to them.
But
to own
also
it.
say, having evaluated both of them, they're substantially different in the way that they approach literacy. So it's not apples and apples, it's apples and oranges.
And I also, you know, to that, what's important about this process is that these materials are not the same protocol they have been in the past. So we need to spend time talking to our campus contacts and saying, hold on a second, there's something called the IMRA process, right? There's something called HQIM. Why are these materials different than any other before? This is what you're going to gain from this. Just like we had to go through that process and say, these are our gaps. So that does need to be an education component to this, to say, hey, this is why you need it. And this is why you need it in comparison to what you've always done. And this is why you're going to benefit. Look, it's all right there for you. Why wouldn't you? We've spent so much time and pride because the resources did not have what they needed, that we were very proud of the product we created. You know, we became product creators versus now it's about what does the practice look like.
I hear 100% TEACS, 100% teach, HQMI. Those are the things I see. I'm like, well, it does feel like apples to apples, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, on that level, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'll reiterate what I said earlier.
Yeah, I got you.
Different companies can define structured literacy very differently.
Got it.
Okay, so we have 2 products. And it's going to take us almost 4 months to determine which one we might be interested in. I mean, normally you're looking at multitudes, but we've got 2.
Yes, ma'am, but this department also handles supporting campus support, campuses that need us to go in and do small group instruction. We're at campuses doing data meetings. We're working on school improvement. We're working on instructional technology. We're working on opening new schools. You know, we have multiple schools we have to open, 2 elementaries, and we're working on how much bond money that we put out there.
Well, and
You
the
know, this
teachers
department does
after
all of
school
that.
doing it, being
Yes,
on the
that's
committee.
my big concern is about the teachers even having time to evaluate in general.
I think
but-
that's why we need the long runway, because
Okay, and how much is Savas?
So, did we price Savas? I know we priced Bluebonnet.
I did not price Savas, although it's not difficult to do. I can build a spreadsheet and tell you what it would cost. But I did want to reiterate that Bluebonnet is not free. We keep being told it's free. The online version that we can all access, all of us, is free. Print components are not free. And one thing I think we all agree on is we want to put print components in the hands of the teachers.
And the students.
And the students, they are not free. I estimated, based on current numbers of students in grades K-5, just for the first year, it would be $2.1 million to implement Bluebonnet.
And that's for how many hard copies per class?
That is 1 copy per teacher per student.
Just one for teachers? Okay.
1 for each teacher class. So for example, I estimated based on 4,700 students in kindergarten, that's 214 kindergarten teachers.
So we're not including students that perhaps don't have access to a computer?
Well,
no, we are. That'd be printed for
these are
each
print,
teacher and each
print
student.
copies.
Yes.
These are hard copies. So just
Right,
for,
but just for teachers though?
no, and
No.
students.
Okay,
And the
thank you.
students, yeah.
And
no,
how
no, no.
much would we be receiving to compensate for the 2.1?
So right now in our OER bucket, as we're calling it, right now in the OER bucket that I'll be able to spend as soon as they opened it up is $1.3 million. So we would need to use the $1.3 million plus some of the HQIM money that's there.
Okay.
So it would be covered.
Yes,
it would be
yes,
covered.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I do want to add something to that. I want everybody to take a deep breath. This is for English. The materials are not ready in Spanish on both. When the State Board of Education moved forward, the materials for HQIM, materials both Bluebonnet and for Savas are not available, are not HQIM eligible. So I know. So everybody take a deep breath. Our most at-risk students.
Savas Spanish is HQIM.
Okay, take that back. Spanish Savas is ready. Bluebonnet Spanish is not ready to be HQIM eligible. So if we adopted Bluebonnet, we would have to go into the IMTA bucket to get money for the Spanish component.
But they do have Spanish. We just want y'all to be aware. We could access the Spanish materials. They just didn't get approved as HQIM, so we couldn't use that money that you see in front of you
Why
right
not?
now.
Why didn't they get approved?
They weren't ready.
They weren't ready. It's kind of like with everything else. With Spanish, you have to wait for the English materials to be done, and then Spanish comes behind it.
They're ready?
I think it's 2026, 27 is when Spanish will be ready.
Well, they said that we could purchase them, like, they have them ready, they just haven't been approved.
So we
They
don't get the
didn't
money
get
for them.
approved.
So you'd have to go into the IMTA bucket to buy it.
Yes. So I just didn't want you guys to think that we would outfit our teachers with English monolingual resources, but our bilingual teachers wouldn't get it. We could get them the curriculum, we just have to pay for it out of a different funding source.
Because they didn't approve them.
Don't we have an ESL allotment that we could use for that?
We cannot use bilingual and ESL allotment or Title III funding, which is federal funding, to implement required curriculum. That, because they're considered above bar, right? You know, above, so it can't be used to supplant. So we would need to purchase the material for our bilingual students through the allotment that exists for that, which is IMTA.
So if English is not your first language, the instructional materials are not included under the English that's not your first language allotment, is what you're saying?
So what that funding is used for is to supplement, not supplant. So if it's required, which is required curriculum to implement, you cannot use bilingual allotment funding, which is a local budget, or Title III to purchase it. You can't. Now, if you bought a supplemental resource or something extra, you can. It's used to enhance, not to give first time.
Do you know how much the Spanish would cost offhand?
We don't have published numbers for those because they weren't part of the HQIM document. So our numbers that we got for the English version is because that's a published document. I can't tell you for Spanish because it's not on the pricing list.
So we don't know the price.
For Bluebonnet.
But it's available.
Is there any chance we'd be paying for something that we wouldn't have to pay for if we waited until 2026?
We'll have to pay for it regardless. It's just a matter of what bucket we take it out of.
Would we possibly be reimbursed? No, because it's not.
And the OER money, it's a use it or lose it. So that $1.3 million that's there in that OER entitlement, it's there. It's in our account right now, which is funny because there was nothing we could even spend it on. It's sitting there for school year 24-25. At the end of this school year, it expires, and it's a use it or lose it. Now, in school year 25-26, they'll give us another approximately $1.3 million because it's $20 per student, and so it'll be there. So if, for example, we were to adopt the Bluebonnet resources, if we went ahead and purchased it in, say, May, even if we didn't intend to fully implement it, if we went ahead and purchased all those print copies and just hoarded them in my very tiny warehouse, then we would have used that money and not lost it. I'm all about not giving away my pennies. But we'll get another $1.3 million for 25-26. So that is an option to consider if that is the chosen resource at the end, to go ahead and get what we can get. I will be honest though, there are concerns about the print editions. There are very few approved vendors. So when they say OER for print costs, they don't mean that the Conroe ISD print shop can print it and we can get reimbursed from that bucket. You have to order it through the state system and use their approved printing vendors. There's just a couple of them. So there's still some questions about how that's going to work out. Like Region 4 is one of the printers. Still a lot of questions to be answered, but it's not like we can go out to Quick Copy and pay for it and they'll reimburse us.
So are these questions that would be answered in the next few months as y'all go through the process? I'm comfortable with that.
I really
I'm in
wish-
favor of you moving forward.
Agree, me too.
Awesome.
I don't think we
Thank
have
you.
a choice. I'm,
Yes, ma'am.
Agreed.
I mean, I'm really, I think it's pretty obvious, not happy with another year and a half. But we have to at least make the next step. What I'm not really happy about is not having any idea at this time what Savas is going to cost. So, because that could make a big difference too. Not that we would just choose something and disregard it based on its price or what we were going to save or whatever, but it is something to take into consideration.
You can provide an estimate.
I can
in
provide an
update.
estimate very quickly. They have also a published price list. It would be really easy now because we are Conroe ISD. The published price list often comes with a discount,
Right.
Because we are a volume discount. But it would not be difficult at all for me to have a price.
Can you find out the price of the Spanish copy for Bluebonnet as well? Need to know that.
I'm also interested in knowing more about map assessments too.
Okay. Sounds great. So I think the consensus says is go,
We're
right?
going.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
We're going.
Very much. We appreciate all of your hours and times with us today. It is a privilege to be in front of you and share what we get to do every day. It's a blessing. Thank
You
you.
put in more hours
Yes,
than we
thank
did.
y'all.
We appreciate
Yeah, thank you. You guys worked really hard for us tonight. Thank you for the comprehensive look.
Oh, that means I have to- I'm not used to having to be in charge. Just to make sure we are going to. I don't want to start reading. All right, the board will go into executive session pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071, to discuss participation in multi-district litigation involving youth social media usage and related litigation, and entering into a contingency fee contract with Island and Bonin PC and O'Hanlon and Demarest and Castillo PC to represent the district. Any action, vote, or decision of the board with regard to any matters discussed in closed session will be made with the board when the board returns to open session. The time is 11:38. The time is 12:22 and the board is open the board is now open in session at 12:22. The next item on the agenda is 7A. Consideration and adoption of the notice of public meeting and notice of proposed legal services contract. Do I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the notice of public meeting and notice of proposed legal services contract that was posted on December 20th, 2024 at 1:55 p.m. alongside the agenda for the board's January 7th, 2025 meeting.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Dungan. Second?
Second.
Was that
Second.
Trustee Nelson? All right. Is there any discussion? All right, I guess we're ready to take a vote. All those in favor, please show by the uplift of hands. And that's a 7-0. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 7B. Consideration and adoption of resolution approving contingent fee legal services contract, including findings needed for submission of contingent fee legal services agreement and request for expedited review by the Texas Attorney General. Do I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution approving the contingent fee legal services contract that include the findings required by Texas Government Code 2254, Subchapter C, and that are needed for submission of a contingent fee legal services agreement and a request to the Texas Attorney General for expedited review.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Is there any discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Item 7C. Consideration and adoption of contingent fee legal services agreement with Island and Bonin PC and O'Hanlon, Demarest, and Castillo PC. Do I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt and approve entering into a contingent fee legal services agreement with Island and Bonin PC and O'Hanlon, Demarest, and Castillo PC to represent the district in youth social media usage and related litigation.
Thank you, Trustee Semler. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Trustee Nelson, second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. That's 7, and the motion carries. All right, moving on to, thank you, the last item of the night, nominate qualified candidates to the 25-26. Are we good? Okay, to the 2025-2026 Montgomery County Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
I move to nominate Charles Shirley, Bruce Reeser, Luis Pedraza, Dr. Jerry Nash, and Dale Inman as candidates to the 2025-2026 Montgomery Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Could you repeat those again, the names?
Yes, ma'am. Charles Shirley, Bruce Reeser, Luis Pedraza, Dr. Jerry Nash, and Dale Inman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I just want to bring up that we had a late entry today with Robert L. Walker, and I did talk to him. So I feel a little conflicted about the vote right now on the nomination. So we can only nominate 5, is that correct?
Up to 5.
Up to 5, yeah.
And I understand that. I'm familiar with the candidate as well. I was struggling with that because in the end, we had put a deadline on our submissions, and then I had spoken with someone prior, and I didn't forward on, so I felt badly, and it wasn't him, it was another person, but I don't know, I think they're all good candidates.
I'd also like to mention that we have very lovely and very patient members of our appraisal district available here. If anyone has any questions that they'd like to ask of them, they are here and been waiting very patiently.
Thank you both.
Very much.
Yes.
Oh,
they have the turtles, yes. Well, you guys, I just wanted to just tell you why I selected these 5. I actually did not receive the bio that you're mentioning, but in the essence of time, these 5 stood out to me. I just felt like they're strong leaders in our community. They've proven that they're fiscally responsible. They've been transparent in all of the roles and positions that they've been in, and also I think they'll provide a level of oversight for this board, and then also just working with the property value studies. I just feel like that this is a strong group of folks that will just be right for the job.
I'll just again state the resumes, the bios on these people were all
highly qualified. Yes.
And that really impressed me. And I'm thankful we had multiple people interested in stepping up and serving our community this way.
Absolutely.
I think it says a lot about our community with all the
Can someone
qualifications.
please ask them a question? Because I feel terrible. Well, congratulations to our new chief appraiser. Lovely.
Okay.
So when do we, I'll ask a question. So we nominate tonight, but then how does the voting work? And how many votes do we get, Conroe ISD?
Okay, so the way that the process works is that you go ahead and you submit your nominations to me by resolution, of course. And so the deadline for every taxing jurisdiction to submit their nominees is January 17th. Once I receive all of the nominations, I go ahead and I create the ballot. I send that out to all the taxing jurisdictions, just as I did with the nomination letters, and I give you a list of all the ones that have been nominated. At that time, you can vote as far as how you want to allocate your votes, who you want to vote for, and get that information back to me by February 28th. So the ballot will actually go out right around January 20th, so it's a quick turnaround for me to get that information out. But if by the time I get it back on February 28th, I then turn around, collect all of the votes, and basically the top 5 are the ones that will actually end up on our board. Conroe ISD currently has 1,385 votes.
So, and the other taxing entities will have different candidates that they're putting forward?
Well, so everyone will get the list of all nominees. So you will even get the list of those that you did not nominate as well. And at that time, you can still choose. If there are others on the list that you may not have nominated, you can still choose to cast some of your votes toward them.
Will we be privy to how others place their votes? I mean, I know that we learned last time how Commissioners Court place their votes, or which ones have been there, have been allocated at least prior to our vote. Will we know that, so that at least then we know not to put points towards someone or votes towards someone that's already in?
Well, that's not typical practice.
Okay, so that tells you I learned something.
Exactly. So what happens is we get in all of the votes, and once that deadline hits, that's when we actually count up the votes and find out how much each candidate received, and then we send out the information as far as the top 5.
I would just add, though, that all those entities have to have public meetings.
I know, that's why we knew.
Yeah, so we can get that information. It's there before us, so.
I stand corrected, you are correct.
Yeah.
Through their public meetings,
Yeah.
because of course, just as with the resolution as far as the nominations, you have to submit that resolution as far as the votes as well.
So I would anticipate you all would put your vote on your February 18th agenda. That'd be your latest meeting.
Right.
So anybody before that, we can go back and watch their meetings and find out what they did.
So any other questions or discussion? Are we ready to vote? Okay, do we need to repeat the motion, or are we good? We're good? All right. All those in favor of supporting the candidates Shirley Pedraza, Reeser, Nash, and Inman, please show by the uplifting of hands. All right, that's a 7-0 vote. All right. And I believe that is the last item on our, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
The time is 12:32 and this meeting is adjourned.